And we are live and on the air, and this is Ed Dyer, and you're watching the TWIS Minion Science Island Hangout. And joining me is Dale. How you doing, Dale?
I'm well. How are you?
Hopefully getting a little springish up in Canada.
It is. I think today was our first kind of reasonably warm day where you could get out in a t-shirt, so it's not bad.
Oh, wow, that's terrific. I saw my first robin. We got robins. Spring is definitely coming here. Temps been a little bit cold.
Well, we've got Batmans up here.
You got bats? Hopefully not in your belfry.
You got robins, we got Batmans.
Batmen? Does that mean little people running around in costumes? Does that mean little flying critters?
That means the guy running around in a costume, like Batman and Robin.
Oh, okay. All right. That's nothing wrong with that. At least he knows what his job is, I guess.
That's right.
Now, if you're crazy, well, that doesn't necessarily mean the person is crazy. Maybe he was just hanging out. Maybe he was just playing. Maybe he's getting paid to run around and he's got a jersey that says buy some type of product or other. Doesn't mean he's crazy just because he's running around in a bad outfit.
I think it was some sort of promotion for a comic store or something.
We've had bats around here, and I remember a story about a woman. They had a bat in her attic. Actually, my cousin, and she heard the noise. She couldn't find it. They went upstairs, couldn't see anything, and all of a sudden this bat jumps out and they goes crazy. And I don't know what happened. They killed themselves. I don't know. And the bat somehow flew away. You don't want bats in your roof. In any event. Yeah. The first story I've got, and I have to say I picked it because I was picking on our friend Pamela a little bit. Pamela is right now working on her law school paper. When she's finished with that, she'll probably pop in, but that will be a little bit later.
Is Pamela short?
Yes. A couple of weeks ago, we were talking about that, and I mentioned she has a friend who I've seen her with pictures on Facebook, and I thought her friend was like 6'5" because he towers over her. And Justin corrected me. He said, "No, he's actually 5'10" in Pamela." So yeah,
that's awesome.
But a big heart, which is all that counts. And this is an interesting study. It's the University of Leicester in London. This is not some podunk university. They know this is, I'm sure, a study based on statistical sampling, and it says increased. Now the headline: increased risk of coronary heart disease associated with shorter height. Now there's a lot of
How tall are you?
Well, I started out in life at 5'10", and now as I've gotten older, I'm down to about 5'9".
Okay, so I'm 6 feet, and I'm starting to shrink. I'm about 5'11" and a half. So I wonder if that's tall enough that we're going to escape coronary heart disease.
Well, we are safer. Pamela at whatever, 5 feet or whatever, is based on this sort of correlation. She's 5 feet. Compared to a person who's 5'6" tall, she would have a 32% higher risk of coronary disease. That is obviously lots of other factors involved. But they say that's the key finding of the University of Leicester. They discovered that for every 2.5 inches change in your height affected your risk of coronary heart disease by 13.5%. And as I say, there's going to be qualifiers in here. And this is Professor Nilesh Samani of the British Heart Foundation professor of cardiology at the University of Leicester. And we said for more than 30 years it has been known that there is an inverse relationship between height and the risk of coronary disease. Never knew that. Now, using a genetic approach, researchers at the university undertaking the study on the behalf of an international consortium of scientists. And this consortium is known as Cardiogram plus C4D, that's a real sexy name, have shown that the association between shorter height and higher risk of coronary disease is a primary relationship and is not due to confounding factors. Another guy who was part of the study is Dr. Christopher Nelson. We had genetic data through this consortium on almost 200,000 people with or without heart disease. We examined whether 180 genetic variants that affected height also associated with coronary heart disease. And Justin has shown up. You stuck up in line. We're talking about how shorter people are more likely to get heart disease.
That actually surprises me.
It says here this correlation has been known for 60 years. I mean, this is a pretty big study. It's a genetic study, and it was on. This consortium has records information on almost 200,000 people, and these professors at the University of Leicester, they looked at 180 genetic variants. So this is a pretty exhaustive study. In aggregate, we found that for every change in height of 6.5 centimeters, approximately 2.5 inches, caused by these variants, the risk of coronary heart disease changed by 13.5%. The more height increasing genetic variants that you carry, the lower the risk of your coronary heart disease. And conversely, if you were genetically shorter, the higher your risk. We also examined whether the association we found between shorter height and higher risk of coronary heart disease could be explained by an effect of height on known risk factors for coronary heart disease like cholesterol, high blood pressure, diabetes, etc. We only observed an association with cholesterol and fat levels, which could explain a small proportion, that's less than a third, it's not really small, of the relationship between shorter heart and coronary heart disease. The rest is probably explained by shared biological processes that determine achieved height and the development of coronary heart disease at the same time. This study does not suggest that short people should be unduly worried, I don't know about that, about their height, or that doctors need to focus on the height of shorter patients. It suggests that some of the genes that determine our height might also have influence on factors that make us more susceptible to heart disease. For example, blood leptins. Further research would help to identify what these new factors are. Everyone should, regardless of height, should do everything in their power to reduce the risk of heart disease by eating a healthy diet, exercising regularly, and don't smoke.
So wait, how much? What is the percentage higher?
2.5 inches. 2.5 inches makes a 13% difference in this correlation between height and susceptibility to coronary heart disease. 2.5 inches.
So there's more math here involved, and a third of the cases were correlated to.
There was involved for a third of the people in these 200,000 in the study. I guess I'm saying this third must represent people with the coronary heart disease.
Mm-hmm.
There was cholesterol and high fat levels.
Okay.
The takeaway. Oh, hi Patrick. How you doing? The takeaway I have from this is you got an algorithm, your DNA algorithm. So you've got a DNA algorithm that's going to code probably I don't know, a lot of different. Can't think of the correct term, aspects. Okay.
Yeah,
So you've got the algorithm that's going to code for
Yeah.
shorter height, and then you got an algorithm that's going to give you a predisposition towards coronary heart disease.
Okay.
Someone with both of those algorithms, that's where they could have that predisposition.
Possibly. But here's the other aspect of this too, and I haven't read the study or any of this, but my assumption is 200,000 people sounds like a good, solid sample. And yet, and I don't know what they confer as short. What's the cutoff?
Well, they don't say short, they say height. The correlation between the taller you are, the less likely you are to have
Just
coronary
continually
heart
up the
disease.
chain, taller, so NBA players, much less chance.
That's it. You're safe. You're in the NBA, you're never going to get a heart attack.
Well, that's because you're going to die of back problems before you get to the age where heart disease is really an issue. Look, and also, I mean, I'm wondering, like, of the pool, and this comes a lot with a lot of studies when they're doing these correlations. They're usually getting their data from one group of people, one set of people. Now, that set may be Northern European, it may be United States, I guarantee you, if you did this, my assumption would be at least, because we know there's lower risks of coronary disease if you're Japanese, right? Who tend not to be the tallest people that you will meet, right? So maybe within that group it's still correlated, but I think it would augment. I mean, maybe that correlation still exists. I mean, maybe that's the idea of this study, is that correlation is there regardless. But you could be 5 feet tall and Japanese and have a less chance of having a heart attack than somebody who's 6'2" and Eastern European. I mean, it's very blanket.
So Justin,
Mm-hmm.
what you're really saying is that until we have studies that include 7 billion people in them,
Yes.
they will not be accurate.
Well, no. I guess what I'm saying is it is interesting that there's a correlation there. My fear would be that somehow they've gotten heart disease has been tracked along with some ancestor who was 5'1" and had the genes for heart disease. And through the years of generation upon generation, that heart disease stuck with those in that lineage. And so it's more of an ancient trait that's been carried down with these shorter genes. That's one idea. That's probably completely wrong, because a lot of it has to do with nutrition. A lot of it has to do with the diet you're fed and your grandparents were fed over a couple generations, which is why when having not too many generations passed, but enough, when the Americans marched into Europe, they found themselves to be on average many inches taller than the average European. Part of it's because we've been eating steak and dairy, and that was our steak, dairy, and corn. We had kind of maybe a better diet than, more accessible diet than a lot of Europeans. So there's a lot of factors that go. It's an interesting correlation. It's a correlation. They haven't really found the mechanism of why this is, right? So it's interesting to look at, but I mean, that could say it's nutritionally based. That could say it is hereditarily based. A lot of things that could be, right?
Yeah, the key word is it's just interesting at this point.
Yeah.
And there's no proven link between the two, and they were looking at specifically 180 gene variants. That's not a lot. So they're looking specifically at a part of the genes, 180 gene variants, and finding with people with this 180 genetic variants, you have this correlation. Now, it's just kind of interesting. I guess it could be useful if you're studying heart disease and you want to do your experiment. Maybe you look at shorter people. I don't know.
Well, it's interesting too, because for some reason, I could be totally wrong about this. I would assume that sort of like being obese or being taller, your heart would have to work harder.
Oh, there's other factors that affect heart disease.
But maybe that's
you
a
can
good
have
thing
a
that
genetic
your heart works
mutation so that you don't have strong heart muscles. For instance, sometimes, like people I know who do a lot of eating, maybe people eat late at night. I don't know, maybe having pizza or something late at night. I don't know, maybe that relates to. What do you think, Dale?
I think
having pizza late at night relates to you getting heartburn.
I think we need to find a replacement for Pamela soon.
Yeah, Pamela's working on one of her law papers.
But she's short, right? So she's in the danger zone.
I don't know. Is she shorter than Justin?
Claims to be over the 5-foot mark, but maybe in heels.
Justin, how tall are you?
With my shoes on, I'm 6 foot tall.
Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. I believe that.
You're over 6 feet, right, Patrick?
I'm 6'2", 3-ish.
Okay.
I was 6'3", and then over a lifetime of slouching, I became 6'2".
There you go.
Because look, check this out. Watch me right now. Right, this is how I'm sitting. If I stop slouching, I'm going to go like this.
Well, I can go like this.
Yeah. There's a big difference between my normal sitting height and the. But I'm all like we would at 6'2", 6'3". Chances are we could wear the same jacket. Because I am all abdomen and upper body. I've got like a 6'4" guy's upper body, and I've got like a 5'2" guy's legs. I have
Here we go.
physical therapist once told me I had an unusually long abdomen, and I bragged about it. Until my Republican friend pointed out that's just a nice way of saying you have short legs. If your legs were longer, she'd have called you tall.
Let's see.
Hey,
I'm about. I
I
have a
remember-
2-foot abdomen, I guess. I don't know. I feel like it should be longer than that, but maybe I'm just not knowing where the beginning and end are. I think I'm all leg.
Well, you shrink as you get shorter, and I've shrunk by close to an inch. But you were talking about, you're standing erect, and I think of down on the beach I walked down. You
just said you shrink when you're shorter.
Shrink when you're shorter.
That's what you said.
Oh, well, I meant I'm getting shorter as I age. But I remember down the bocce courts down the beach, where you have these old guys, mostly Italian guys. They're all like, 5'1" or something. As soon as some girl walks by, all of a sudden they're like, ready to stand up. Maybe there's a correlation there. I don't know.
And see, that's another thing. I thought the Mediterranean diet was supposed to be good for you, and there's nothing but short people there.
I don't know if that's
That
true.
doesn't mean anything. Diet has nothing to do with height.
I think they'll correlate it to something else like socio-economic factors, something like that.
How about we forget about correlation altogether and just go straight with causation only, ever. That would get rid of so many studies out there.
Correlation.
We have like 20,000 studies on height versus something, right? So if we get to the causation part, we got like 2.
But that's the thing. You need all of the correlatives to know where to look for the causations to see if there is a causation. But I'd like them to just redo the study, and instead of height, because I think that can be nutritionally determined. I think that's sort of the food you and your grandparents ate growing up determines your development to a large extent, what your mother was doing. But I think the defining factor should be foot size.
My ancestors were tall though, were tall as well, so I don't know about.
But going back how far?
At least 2 generations.
Right, 2 generations of Americans, right?
Germans are tall. Can be tall.
It was one of the most fascinating things. I did a tour of these old Swedish houses, and the Swedes are tall. The Swedes are, you know, like kind of like American type height, you know. I was touring this old Swedish village that they had preserved, and it was from something like the year 1200 or 1400. And these houses they're like tiny houses, except the doors were smaller, right? The beds you would have had to been 4 feet long to stretch out in these beds. I mean, I'm picturing them like dwarves. I mean, they were all tiny, tiny people. Like everything about where the shelves were, everything was small, 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 small.
That was true when I was in the Himalayas. Everything was really short. Like there was a restroom door that came up to like my chin. And I was in a loom house or a weaving house, whatever you want to call it. And the ceiling was like I had to crouch the entire time I was in there. But everybody who would normally be in there could have stood up just fine, and they wouldn't have been near the ceiling.
Yeah.
I don't know, any of you guys have been to a historical village? Well, you were talking about Sweden. If you go to a historical village in the United States and you look at the prairie houses and things that people built 200-300 years ago, the doorways are all from short. So I would say Americans, through diet, probably, have definitely maximized our height. We're definitely taller. When I was growing up, I'm 5'10" when I was growing up, my parents used to say, he's tall. Now,
or we got tall because when the Manifest Destiny kicked in and we all went west, we had to live on the prairies, and we needed to be tall to see all of the predators.
I'm picturing a bunch of settlers like doing the prairie dog thing.
I'm going to jump right into the next story because I really like it. It's about a group of high school kids getting together to build houses for the homeless in Seattle. And they've got a fundraiser site, and I really like the way they did the fundraiser site. So maybe you could pay attention to it, Justin, when we're thinking about one for Science Island. But let me see. Let's try the old screen share. Let's see. There we go. Hopefully, here we go. You guys can see it?
Yep.
Okay. The cause of homelessness are complex and varied. One thing is for sure, like any human being, homeless individuals need shelter. Okay, I'll jump ahead. The proposed shelters will be designed and implemented by local high school students under the supervision of architects, engineers, and builders. And this is founded by Adam Nishamar or something like that. It's an educational program that mentors teens in real-world skills and community services. And he's got this website that he calls the Seahorse Revolution. And their goal is to build portable, sustainable shelters for the Nicholsville Homeless Shelter. And that's a formal, self-governed encampment that has been around since 2008. And this particular project is dubbed Impossible City. And as Seahorse Revolution explains, they've got this, Kickstarter, Indiegogo page. These encampments are needed as secure, sober living spaces for vulnerable people. They're hosting anywhere from 40 to 100 people at a time. And the encampment structures need enough room for that many people, since the 10 cities move every 3 to 12 months and are typically off-grid with extremely limited amenities. And one of the things is they're making these so that they're movable. Seahorse has already built a couple of portable small shelters out of recycled materials. Their aim is to create 6 more personal shelters out of pencil or folding materials using off-grid principles and concepts inspired by disaster relief housing. And let me go to, I want to show the Kickstarter page. $32,000 is what they're looking for. Interesting. You know, you got your rewards. You can get yourself a bandana. There's the designs again. 75 bucks. You get yourself a toolbox for 75 bucks. And the interesting aspect here again is the fact that they're easily movable, which would also work for disaster housing. And you got high school kids working on this. And for 5,000 bucks, you're going to be at the ribbon cutting ceremony, and you got your t-shirt and a bandana and a whole bunch of stuff. They've got the breakdown. There's your breakdown. The material cost per structure, 3,000 bucks. Transportation fees, 500, and program support, 1,000. So it's only going to cost $3,000 in materials to build these particular shelters.
You know, if they went to Habitat for Humanity's Recycle, they'd spend less.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. I'm sure you could probably just go to a garbage dump or something and find the materials, and if you know how to build something, you could do it yourself. But I like this. Well, I like the idea of getting school kids involved in projects like this.
Yeah, that's an awesome program.
And I can see A.J. Smith, I believe, has joined us.
Really? Oh, yeah.
Hey, A.J.
Welcome back.
Can't hear you talking.
You can hear us. I saw the nod. So
Hello.
There it is.
Working on audio.
All right. Great to see you back. You must have built about 3 cars while you were away. All right. You see these kinds of things more often out in the West. Seattle, Oregon.
Mhm.
Those are a lot of states where they're building these kinds of homeless shelters.
why West?
More liberal?
Is
No,
it
that's
more
not
liberal?
true. That's not true. The East Coast
Yeah,
is pretty liberal.
We're way more liberal. Especially if you're talking about Oregon and Seattle. That's about as liberal as the country gets.
They really seem to be focused on ecology and recycling and solar energy. As a state, Oregon, I think, is probably... I mean, Oregon has financed the recharging stations, I think.
California used to be the most liberal state, but California makes too much money to stay liberal. It's been pushing further and further right for decades.
Is there a correlation between water retention and liberalism?
Between water retention, we've got plenty of water. I'm in Northern California. I don't know what anybody's talking about with water. It's been
supposed to
poured
run
rain
out.
here last week.
You're going to run out within the year.
No, we're not. Look, the entire water crisis of California can be solved by cutting down exports of agriculture. It's an industry problem, not a water problem.
Is it really that bad though? Because they're saying that you're going to run out of water. Is that the sky is falling alarmism, or is there some truth to that?
So let me put it.
It's not like there's only a year left. That's a myth. There's
Yeah.
more than a year left, but they are running.
It replenishes. We get the Sierras, we get the snow, we get the rivers, we got all this. Here's the truth of the matter. I gotta go find it. It's a Mother Jones article somewhere. Broke this down.
Oh, Mother Jones, yes, that extremely right-wing newspaper.
Well, they're a little right wing admitted.
Unbiased.
But no, what they point out though is that if you took our exports of water that's provided to almond growers, right? The almond industry just by itself, the exports to China from the almond industry, the requirements to grow those almonds in 1 year could supply Los Angeles's entire water needs for 3 years. Okay, so this is when I've griped about this before about the export of California water. It's done through agriculture. We use it for agriculture, and then we export to other countries this product. But it's laughable to me to say that we're in a water crisis when we're exporting through produce more water than we use by a tremendous tremendous number. And that's just looking at almonds. That's not the rest of our agriculture industry in California. Where California is kind of in a water crunch is that it is such a great place to grow things. It works. Anything you throw in the soil grows, and it grows great under the California sun. And we've had, cheap water coming from Northern California down through the Central Valley for years and years and years. And it's really grown and grown and grown and grown some more. The entire private sector, the non-ag, non-commercial sector of water usage in California is about 10%. It's about 10% of the actual water we use, right? So they want everybody to kill their lawn, not take a bath on a Tuesday, whatever the thing, don't wash your car. And if we all conserve 10%, it will affect the overall picture of water consumption in California by 1%. Not that that's not important, but it's really not where the water problem is. The water problem is we've got big business using the land of California for agriculture for their personal profit and utilizing tremendous amounts of water to do it. It's a huge revenue for the state of California, but in terms of us being in a water crunch, ridiculous when you add up the numbers.
So I just want to know, are you going to run out or not, though? Like, with everything aside, if you run out, you guys are screwed.
No, we won't run out. What'll end up happening? There's plenty of water. What'll end up happening is they're going to have to shut off farms.
Oh.
They're going to have to shut down, and say, look, I know you planted this season already. And this is sort of the thing, too. This is like what the big political fight in California is crops are in. Orchard was planted a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and is getting ready. And if California says, look, you've got we have to deny you water because of the crunch, well, where's this farmer's 2-3 year investment?
But they're going after well water now.
Yeah, they've been going after the table and everything else because they know the
water table
cut off, or if they've been cut off, they're grabbing that. They're grabbing the table underneath.
Deeper, 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 deeper. That can only go so far, right?
Yeah, but you also got to understand we got the Sierra Mountains. Nevada is a desert thanks to these mountains. These mountains are water capture for California. Clouds come up, they hit the mountain, everything comes down this side of the Sierras. We have giant snowpacks and that, and yeah, that water isn't as, we have had a drought, but that drought isn't what's really causing the water shortage. What's really causing the water shortage is a vast increase in demand through agriculture over the last decade and a half. If we were talking
so it's
about
decimate.
If we were talking about this level of rainfall 15 years ago, 20 years ago, not a problem. We'd still have full reservoirs. They'd still be letting out. I mean, there's this area between Davis and Sacramento. It's the Causeway, and it usually will look like a lake because it's just excess water from the rivers. They pour it out in this huge valley. Fill it with water, so it brings in lots of waterfowl and stuff. It's pretty cool looking to drive over it too. But then that water later gets used for irrigation, or they will even sometimes plant rice right there.
Okay, wait a minute. So your position is California, the water crisis can be solved by stopping water distribution to the farming sector.
It's a commercial.
So that's true.
consumption.
Farming economically. So farming will fall apart economically, and what role do they play economically? So farming falls apart in California. What kind of hit economically will California take?
Well, if California economically got rid of our exports of produce, it's a multi-billion-dollar hit. But for the state's economy overall, those exports to other countries would be, I think, in the neighborhood of 2% is the number I've got floating around out there.
So it's not a big.
No, but all these places where these farms are rather rural. They're farmlands. So there's, there might be 14 million people in Los Angeles, and in this county there's only 45,000 in the entire county or whatever it is. But it's all ag, and it's all influenced by the ag, and their representatives, their state legislatures and everything are going to fight for that. So we've got at the Capitol a lot of people who are in these farming territories who are going to be fighting not to have any water restrictions on farming.
So I got a beef with this. So that whole shipping out your water thing, I get that from produce, but not for almonds. Because almonds are dry. There's no water in almonds. There's water in producing the almonds, but that water is staying in the ground or evaporating in California. It's not going somewhere else.
Right, and it almost feels that way, but here's what you got to say. You got to say this is water that was diverted away from other uses. Because when water goes into the ground, it goes into a table, and most of the water is going to dissipate into the Pacific Ocean, not through rivers, not through streams, but through underground waterways, just through the underground water tables, how it actually goes out to sea. So it's fresh water that you're not getting a second shot at. Right? It's not evaporating and dropping right back down in California. And for each almond, it is like a gallon. It's not as bad, oddly, as alfalfa. You would think that would be like the hardest, an easy crop to do. But it's one of the more extravagant. I'm using an example, even though I love almonds, and I think that's one food I would pay more for and wouldn't want to ever do without. Raised here in California and always had easy access to it, so I'm addicted. But I think what was the number? If it was 70% of our exports are to China or something like that. And I don't care if there's no almonds in China because I don't visit there very often. but if you think about it, if you think about the end result of having done all this, if it's this precious resource that they're gonna, start telling Californians not to use water because of, but then they're using it for products that are just leaving the country to make certain farmers or groups or companies profit, that to me is a corporate takeover of water. Whether they're bottling the water directly and sending it overseas, or whether they're putting it into the ground to create a product to send it overseas. If I'm worried about the water resource itself, it's the same thing to me. It makes no difference.
On that profit motive, where you have crops like rice. California grows a lot of rice and almonds. Mm-hmm. Switching to another less profitable crop, I don't know how much of it's got to have a factor. It's got to be a significant factor if the farmers only grow crops that match the availability, let's say, overall. Northern California, Southern California.
There's efficient ways of growing rice without so much water.
Oh, I didn't. Okay.
You have to have a ton of water to grow rice. It's just easier to harvest that way.
So part of it too is the growth. So part of it is growth in the ag industry. This is what I was saying about the 15, 20 years ago. The level of water right now wouldn't even be a big issue. It's because there has been growth, and more of these farms and higher crop rotation, everything else going on in the last 20 years, where we're producing a magnitude of the amount of produce we were doing just then. So of course it requires more water. And yeah, California is in a drought, but it's not dry. We're not a dry state. We're an extremely wet state. but so much, but it's lower than the average, and the consumption expectation is higher than it's ever been. So the way I'm sort of looking at it is American farmers or California farmers sort of like bought into too much mortgage, right? It's sort of like that kind of a scenario where they expected their income to go up and up and up over certain years, and it didn't, and the mortgage is now being adjusted, right, up. So it's a little like that. There's too
What
many.
about like Los Angeles was a desert? Los Angeles uses imported water, correctly? And isn't the valley, is it the San Fernando Valley or the valley just outside of Los Angeles where there's a tremendous amount of agricultural growth? And wouldn't that be based on imported water?
So, okay, so yeah, yes and no. So, yes, LA stole its water. LA was pretty much dry. But they found some sources and they got their water. Some of it diverted from the Colorado River, which that's why California has that little squiggly line sort of near the base of it. Or that it's all that big sharp drop off with Nevada, and at the bottom there it gets kind of squiggly. Colorado River, ending over there. So we got a little piece of the Colorado, enough to divert water to Los Angeles, as well as there's some naturally otherwise natural lakes that used to exist that are now just water diversion points to Los Angeles. And there's Northern California's water has been diverted down to Southern California for years and years and years. Just north of Los Angeles basin. Just north of Los Angeles is actually a nice foresty area. So there is some rainfall that takes place, and it's not a desert. Los Angeles isn't a desert. It's just not had enough water to maintain for these many people. Just north of the whole Los Angeles area, though, is desert. Is this sort of inland desert, and the towns of California and Bakersfield and god awful. It's just dusty and windy and nothing grows there really, except that people started growing stuff there because of the water coming down from Northern California. Northern California's Central Valley, central Northern California, has always been lush. Rains plenty, there's plenty of access to water and irrigation, lush green fields from any direction that you go. We're all farmland in California. But as we've been pushing that irrigated water from California south, more and more we've been diverting it here and there and turning, some desert, some dry areas into farmland. And now that there's so many of these farms that have converted dry land competing for that water, now that's what they're calling the drought. Really, that's the big drought, is that there's so many farms that are reliant on water from other parts of the state that weren't there before. There's just more competition for that water. There's more ag. So they're trying to do that thing where they pay farmers not to grow this year. They're paying almond farmers to put their orchards under. They're just giving them cash money instead of trying to figure out the water budget. And there needs to be more of that. I mean, there really needs to be some sort of stricter, I guess, policies
You know what
on
your problem is,
how much farming we can do.
California's too big. That's the problem. You have in effect almost two states. Southern part more Republican, northern part more Democratic, perhaps. And it's such a huge state that to implement something statewide in California, I mean, that's why I'm guessing the governor says hitting all sectors so that he can get more broad-based support.
Here's something the New Yorker said that I just read. Environmental demands are responsible for making much of our water unavailable for human use. The reason that these perceptions and statistics are so mixed relates to the complexity of California's water situation. The state has access to both surface water from rivers, lakes, reservoirs, and other above-ground places, and to groundwater, which people, particularly farmers, pump from underground. Of all the water that is typically used, about half goes toward environmental purposes, according to the Public Policy Institute of California. For instance, Because it is found in protected, wild, and scenic rivers, or because it is used to preserve wetlands and the habitat within streams, or because it's circulated in order to maintain the quality of water sent to agricultural and urban users. Half of the state's water sounds like a lot, but according to the PPIC, more than half the water designated as environmental is concentrated in rivers along the state's north coast, which are cut off from major agricultural and urban areas and couldn't be used for other purposes anyways. Elsewhere in California, more water is reserved for the environment than for cities and towns, but less than for agriculture. Is that right?
Okay, so yes, California has refused to keep the salmon from running upstream. California has kept some rivers as rivers. I know it sounds weird, but there's some rivers that we like using as rivers. I mean, come on. Please.
That's funny.
That's what that is. That's what it is. Yeah, and I do. There's a wetlands near here that they don't develop on. And there's, yeah, we have the Sacramento, the American River, two really big rivers that cut through the valley. And, you know, sometimes we do capture some water from there. We've got some dams further up. And we've got reservoirs when they get too high that they go fill, and that's what we sap off to use for sending water to Southern California. But to say that we're wasting our water resource by having fish in rivers is like...
That's awesome. Have you heard of the PPIC, the Public Policy Institute of California? Are they?
I have not ever heard of them.
Well, we have a guy came up with a solution, I think it was 50 years ago or so. All you got to do is you got to build that big canal from up in Canada, the northern part of Canada, where you have got that big bays and things. You got tons and tons of water, and you dig that canal all across Canada down to the United States. Maybe you hook it up to the Great Lakes or something.
No, we just stop piping oil and we start piping water. It's going to happen eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's that big pipeline plan called again?
Keystone XL.
Yeah, Keystone. So what we should do is we'll go ahead with Keystone, and then instead of oil leaks and all the environmental people worried about that, they'll be worried about hydrogen dioxide leaks.
No, it's dihydrogen monoxide.
Dihydrogen? Two hydrogen?
Yeah.
One oxygen.
H2O.
There's a website devoted to using chemical terms, and I saw it yesterday. It was hilarious. It was so funny.
Okay.
There were two radio show hosts on April Fool's Day that got fired because they kept telling people that dihydrogen monoxide was being put in their water supply.
It's so awesome. Give it a chemical name and everybody runs from it.
Yeah.
Chemicals, a good segue into our next story. And I know this is something, the kind of thing you're interested in, Dale, so perhaps you can cover it. I hope you're taking your blood pressure medicine beforehand. And it's talking about how the dispersant used to clean the Deepwater horizon is more toxic to corals than the oil. And also there's a really good article in Wiki that I put a link to in the chat where I'm talking about this Corex, and it's really nasty stuff.
I'd like to reframe this more as the successful business practices and innovation of a chemical company. So the dispersant used to remediate the 2010 Deepwater Horizon oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico is more toxic to cold water corals than the spilled oil. That's awesome.
So the other thing, now this is new, that the dispersant itself is being a toxic. I remember the early reports from ecologists who were saying this dispersant idea is ridiculous. Because what it does is it turns the oil into smaller parts. It's not destroying oil. It's just making it tinier. It's literally just dispersing it so that it can go more places, is less likely to clump, and will get into every bottom feeder instead of just a group of them. Like this is to hide the spill. It's like literally like sweeping something under the rug. Just we'll disperse it and then it's gone.
Wouldn't it just be better to let it?
It's gone. It went away.
This
Problem solved.
This is simply economic business innovation. That's all that this is, and it's.
Do you have stock in this company? What's going on here?
Doesn't it make more sense to just let it be and let the natural bacteria that eat oil to eat it?
You know what? And you can say that about a lot of things. Like there's a lot within medicine too. Like medicine, for instance, where doctors consistently are over-diagnosing people and giving them all sorts of scans, and they do more damage than good. There was a few years ago the study released on how they're treating prostate, that they were too aggressive and they're actually doing more damage than good. I think it's naturally human to overestimate our abilities, and in doing so, we do more damage than good. People want action, and because of their lack of education on a particular subject, by doing action, we sometimes do more damage.
I heard somewhere that only 10% of people actually know what they're doing, but then you have to wonder if the person who said that knew what they were saying.
So there's a collaborative study between researchers from Temple and the Pennsylvania State University. The researchers exposed 3 cold water coral species from the Gulf to various concentrations of the dispersant and oil from the Deepwater Horizon well. They found that the dispersant is toxic to the corals at lower concentrations than the oil. That's awesome. Response of deepwater corals to oil and chemical dispersant exposure, and that was published in the Deep Sea Research 2, whatever that is. So approximately 5 million barrels of crude oil escaped from the well drilled by the Deepwater Horizon oil rig in 2010, and nearly 7 million liters of dispersants, chemical emulsifiers used to break down the oil, were used. Kate, somebody define emulsifier. Does that mean to break up? To emulsify?
So it's like a surfactant thing. So yeah, like if you've ever had a beer with a big head on it, you can usually just rub the outside of your nose and do this on the outside, and it'll drop. Because it's like what oil does. It's what soap does. If you've ever dropped just a drop of that in like an oily dishpan or something, you can all of a sudden sort of see the surface tension and everything change.
Okay.
I think that's right.
Why don't
Maybe
you
this is what a
get oil off
surfactant
of it?
So applying the
Where's Blair
dispersant.
when you need her?
I think you're right. I think you're right, because they're saying the next paragraph. They're saying that applying the dispersants at depth was a grand experiment being conducted in real time. It was a desire to immediately do something about the oil coming out of the well, but they really didn't know what was going to happen as a result.
I like how we're learning to use our reading comprehension skills while we read the article.
So then we had the patient, because we were worried about what the spider was going to be doing inside her, we had her swallow a rat. And then we realized that might not be the best idea either, so we had her swallow a cat. She had kind of a bad reaction. Apparently she wasn't allergic to cats, so then we made her swallow a dog. And that also didn't work. So...
And it gets worse.
Eventually, she swallowed a horse and she died.
So who the hell lets these bastards do this anyway? It's like, all right, well, I know we put one chemical in the water. We're thinking we got this other chemical we're gonna put in the water next. That'll make it go away. You won't even.
You know what developed this
put the other
particular chemical? Exxon.
So here's the thing. It doesn't take as much dispersant to kill a coral as it does oil.
Can we call it something different than chemical? Because everything is a chemical.
Well, that's true. But when you add that dispersant, to the oil in combination with the dispersant, it increases the toxicity of the oil, which
Yes.
is awesome.
Yeah, it just makes it finer. It makes it go everywhere. It makes it go from a bullet to a shotgun, or a shotgun to a sawed-off shotgun. It just, that's what it does.
Okay. And this article misses the most important point. I don't know who said it.
It's from a shotgun to a salt blast gun.
The most important point here is who made the decision to put the dispersant in. Who was the political figure or whatever it was who said, yeah, this is a good idea, let's do it?
I don't think they asked anybody. You would think they'd have to ask the Coast Guard or something if they could do this, or
Well, they probably, somebody said, okay, we got to disperse this oil. What do we got? What do we got that can disperse oil? Well, okay, let's ask the oil companies.
Why would you disperse? See, this is my question. Why would you disperse it? Doesn't oil separate from water and float to the top? Couldn't you just skim the surface and collect it all?
You can't have that. Good grief! Then you got oil coming up on the beaches, and you beat your
but if you skim
people.
the oil
Come
off
on.
the top, I don't know if this was accurate, but I heard someone say that no one's allowed to clean up the oil except for the oil company because the oil still belongs to them. They can still collect it and make money off of it.
Patrick's just trying to put oil companies out of business. That's all. You're
I think
anti-oil.
it's like Justin said, they're
Yes.
trying to hide it.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to cover up make the mistake look invisible.
Yeah, there's a huge oil spill.
And I bet, gosh, we've only got so much of this dispersant at the ready, and it's really expensive stuff. I mean, we can't just give it to you. I mean, that would be ridiculous. Because it's not this. It was a different oil company that did the spill. Because there was also a different company that was in charge of the rig, building the rig, but it was a different oil company that leased that rig to a third oil company, and that's not the one that makes the dispersant. So basically, you got to pay all of us. Ridiculous.
Looking at this Wikipedia article that says Alabama researchers found out the dispersant killed plankton. A 1912 study clearly suggests that it's toxic to the early life of corals. It kills corals. It knocks off, has a bad effect on larger species such as oysters, shrimps, conch. Let's see. The toxin were found to permeate human skin at an accelerated rate due to the presence of a solvent. There you go.
You'd think they might test this out on other things before they...
Exactly.
Look, they're miners. They're not scientists. They're deep
They're
sea
not miners, they're drillers.
Yeah, they're just doing. They're just
more innocent than they are.
They're just drillers. That's right. They're drillers. There's a little bit of refinery business that goes on. But it's really big on drilling, transportation, right? Distribution. This is what fracking is like. Fracking is like, what do you put in there? Oh, it's kind of like ice cream, only you wouldn't want to eat it. That was actually the industry's explanation. It's like a lot of the stuff that's going into the fracking is the same stuff you'd find in ice cream, except you wouldn't want to eat it in this one.
Okay, here's from the University of Delaware. They said there's 4 ways to deal with an oil spill. You can leave the oil alone so it breaks down by natural means, and then they go on and talk about how that's done. Then you can contain the spill with booms and collect it from the water surface using skimming equipment. That's 2. 3 is the use of dispersants to break up the oil and speed its natural biodegradation. So it says dispersants act by reducing the surface tension that stops oil and water from mixing. Small droplets of oil are then formed, which helps promote rapid dilution of the oil by water movements. The formation of droplets also increases the oil surface area, thus increasing the exposure to natural evaporation and bacterial action. Dispersants are most effective when used within an hour or 2 of the initial spill. However, they are not appropriate for all oils and all locations. Successful dispersion of oil through the water column can affect marine organisms like deepwater corals and seagrass. It can also cause oil to be temporarily accumulated by subtidal seafood. Decisions on whether or not to use dispersants to combat an oil spill must be made in each individual case. The decision will take into account the time since the spill, the weather conditions, the particular environment involved, and the type of oil that has been split. So besides that, the only other alternative that the University of Delaware has in this article is the introduction of biological agents to hasten biodegradation. So it doesn't sound all bad if you use dispersants correctly.
Burn it.
Yeah, because that's a great way to go.
I think so. That sounds like it would be fun too.
Yeah, I mean, you have the government has to. I don't know who actually makes the decision. I assume there's some kind of government. Maybe it's a state decision, but you have some kind of a government agency, I would imagine.
No.
That says no.
EPA,
So I mean,
you would think it would be the EPA.
Basically says you have to have a plan and a contingency plan on top of your regular plan, right?
Yeah.
And the oil industry says, yeah, we do. Here it is. And somebody reads it and goes, all right, sounds good. I guess that would work. But who's really supposed to be in charge of what you implement and when? It really does become the oil industry. The oil company itself is supposed to have.
You start with the inspections of these oil rigs to make sure they're safe. And what was it, like one inspector for like 10,000 rigs or some ridiculous number? So you don't even have enough inspectors to make sure the rigs are safe in the first place.
The oil industry is self-regulating, okay? We don't need to spend money on all these investigators. Oil companies are looking out for us. They wouldn't want to spill. It would hurt their economic situation.
See, now you're getting my point, right? The oil companies are fine regulating themselves. So we just need to, they're human beings like the rest of us.
They're just
it's not just about monetary interest. They're humanists.
Wait, no, it is. That's what they're, no, wait, that.
They're humanists that have a social response to society, and they take their
This is also why a lot of people think of them as energy companies, but as we were calling them mining or drilling companies, is much more accurate. This is why you're never going to see a transition from Exxon and Shell into really being serious about alternative energy, because they can't control it like they can control the drilling operations, because they're the only ones set up to do this massive drilling project on a global scale. The only ones that can do it, because you can't just go to your backyard or to your roof and install a thing and be off the grid. They're never going to be in that business. They're not a tech business. They don't manufacture a damn thing. They manufacture nothing in terms of end-user product that you would employ in your house or in a solar grid or even in nuclear. They have nothing to do with the nuclear industry. They don't know how to interact with it properly. That's why they're not in it. They don't manufacture. They're not going to be making batteries for cars. They're not going to be part of the electrical grid for an electrical grid car future. They're going to have nothing to do with it. Once we are off of the need to drill, baby, drill, they don't have a second thing to go to. There isn't. They're done. So yeah, they're gonna. Hey Pamela, how you doing? Why are you muted?
Because there's a baby.
Because there's a baby and she makes noises. Hello everyone. Just stopping in and still writing an assignment that's due at 11 p.m. tonight. But I'm having a break.
What's
happening?
She's doing the homework. She will be in and out.
Yeah, that's
We've been discussing the plight of our poor oil companies and how everybody beats up on them, and really they're humanists that are looking after our best interest.
It's the funniest thing I've heard all day.
Well, I don't, these oil executives are looking after the corals in the Gulf Coast, just like they are in Australia, right?
What have you all been smoking?
Well, let me see if there's something on here.
Really good stuff. We should have some.
I guess so.
So the oil's been dispersed, and it's in like these micro bubbles. Can we not make some kind of nanotechnology that can use the crude oil as fuel to clean up the oil?
It's called bacteria,
Yeah.
and they already exist. We're just not cultivating them, because if we cultivate them, that means they're using up oil, and we should be selling the oil instead of digesting it.
Yes.
Now, I get this scenario where you have the oil executives, they're sitting out there on the Gulf Coast with their big yachts and things, and then they hear the news, there's been some oil spill, and there's some oil, floating out there, and they say, oh, Jesus crap, we can't have this oil all over our yachts. Come on, let's disperse it. Let's go contact the government. What, we got 80 million barrels of this toxic chemical sitting in our backyard? Hell, let's just give it to the government. I don't know.
I kind of, in a way that I think disbursement of it can work in the right situation. It can, but I think what was it, University of Delaware, that thing that I read, I think if it's used very carefully it can happen, but probably all too often it's used as more of a PR tool just to show that, look, we're doing something, leave us alone. So their best interest may not be in the environment, but just as hey, we're doing something, so back off. They need some positive media spin. I think that's probably how it generally works, but who knows? Each situation is probably a little different.
Before we go on to the next story, Pamela, you mentioned how your poor daughter got a tick, and you're going to show us this tick you got from Chelsea. Show
I
us.
will. At the moment, she's feeding, so I will get up and grab the jar when she's finished and show you.
Yet another reason to move to Australia.
Yeah, I mean, I woke up this morning and I'm like, what the hell? And I mean, it wasn't very big, but yeah, overnight. I mean, I live in a house. It's not like I'm camping, but yeah, overnight she got a tick on the back of her head. So she wasn't very happy. I think she thought I was smothering her. I had to hold her down, face down, and get my Swiss Army knife tweezers so I wouldn't squish it, and pull it out. And I got it all, got the whole head and everything. It didn't break off, and she stopped crying as soon as I let her lift her head up. But yeah. And I couldn't even find the spot again, so I just disinfected the whole back of her head, because you're supposed to put disinfectant on the bite afterward, So I think she's fine. That was 7 hours ago, and she's fine.
Ticks in the house. We've had a. Well, if you go outside in the forest, that's something you have to worry about with dogs. People would think they're dogs outside. There is a problem with the dogs picking up ticks and coming into the house, but you don't have a dog, so.
No, there's no animals here. There's no plants inside. I haven't been outside. The windows are shut because it's winter. It's cold. I have no idea where it came from.
I didn't know there's ticks in Australia.
Are you kidding? Oh, no, we have more ticks. We are 10 times worse than the next country who's bad. On my, I think I'm friends with everyone here on Facebook. On my Facebook, I posted about the tick this morning, and one of my good friends put a link to a video about ticks in Australia. It's only 15 minutes long, but it was really interesting if anyone else wants to have a look at it. It's actually making people allergic to eating red meat. So I feel like going and infecting everyone with ticks.
Huh.
Yeah.
Red meat is bad.
Well, it was on Catalyst. I didn't catch the date, but I watched it, and it's about when the tick's biting other animals, not us. It gets other mammals, I should say. They carry a sugar, which is, I think it's, what was it, Chelsea? Aggal or something. Anyway, I have to look it up again now. And then they come and bite the human and inject a bit of that sugar but they've already processed it, right? So it's connected up with their bad tick stuff, and then they inject that into the human if you don't pull the tick out properly, and then the human knows to fight off the thing from the tick, but because it's a bad angle and you're looking at my nose, because it knows to fight that and it's already joined up with the sugar, it then thinks the sugar's bad. So then you go and eat meat with the sugar in it, which is all red meat, and you have an allergic reaction to it. So the answer is eat people, and you should be fine. Because people don't carry the sugar that they're allergic to.
I see that Justin he's been doing his homework, just like you're doing your homework right now. Justin was doing his homework, and I can see in the chat area he's posted his opening line, his sales pitch to get people to invest in Science Island.
I can't see the chat, so you'll have to read it to me.
Is it possible to build a sustainable community that one that grows its own food, produces its own electricity, and provides its own water? Yes. Although there's no exclamation point there, it's just yes dot. That's kind of...
I don't really believe in the exclamation point. I'm not a big fan.
Right.
Not a big fan. I think it's massively overused in society. I try not to use it. I sometimes catch myself using it, and then I delete it. And just put a period. That's all.
But the only way such communities will exist is if we build them. The Science Island Project is looking for makers, builders, farmers, artists, engineers, and science-minded donors to join us in a grand experiment of sustainable living. What we learn from doing will be an example to others of what works, what doesn't work, and how we can improve sustainability in communities everywhere. And Dale has to go.
Good night, Dale.
Night all. Have a good one.
Night. I'm not sure that last sentence works properly.
So the punctuation is when it was a verbal. What we learn from doing will be an example to others of what works.
Doing should be italics.
You're right. But being partly Italian, I've always taken great offense to being Italian.
I'm Italian. I don't find offense in that at all.
So that's the intro. So the other thing I've been looking at is I'm really like into this shipping container thing now, like big time, because I've realized there's a silver lining in this, in which you can recreate the benefits of an Earthship with the thermal mass wall behind it without having to do Earthship biotexture completely, which we can't get done in California. But California has authorized shipping containers because they're structurally sound. They could put them on the earthquake shaker and the thing didn't move, right? So you could incorporate both of those ideas. You could build your container structure and do the thermal mass Earthship construction of the berm behind the unit to capture heat in the winter and stay cool in the summer without having all the building code problems.
I have a problem with container housing. They're ugly.
No, they don't have to be.
They're ugly.
No, they don't have to be.
They're horribly ugly.
No. Some of the ones I've
Mine's
seen
pretty,
are gorgeous.
the rusty
Some
red.
of them I didn't care for. But you can still okay, you can still have them if you've ever looked at the Earthship biotexture, you can still have it look like that, right? But it just means the core structure of the thing is this metal box, and you can put them together, and you can do all sorts of things with making them whatever size. space interior.
I'm fine with it being the infrastructure, but the facade should not be the container.
No, I agree. I don't want it to look like. Although I did have like when we were talking together last week about that 246 acres. I like the idea of all the shipping containers houses being in a line across the valley. So if you were driving by, it would kind of from the distance look like there was a train out there. But other than that, yeah, you don't have to have the facade of it look anything like a shipping container. I mean, you can completely disguise it in any which way, shape, or form you want. I know whatever structure I would build would have a front entrance that would be the TARDIS. Like you would enter in, the front door would be like sticking out from the front of the house as a TARDIS. And then you'd go in and be like, oh, look, it's bigger on the inside. This is totally awesome.
You could throw some kind of mirroring on the outside so it just blend into the desert.
Yeah, and in fact, I saw one of the pictures I was delving through had something very much like that. They had sort of that one-way mirror at the end of the thing. So when you know, from the inside you just have your view out, but from the exterior, it was with the way they took the picture, it was clouds going by. You know, it was pretty wild.
Look at that picture I just screen shared. You wouldn't guess that was a shipping container.
Right,
Yeah,
and that's one that they
it looks like a shipping container. They're square.
Yeah.
So we can't have square homes. So it's the square that's the problem.
I don't know. I also have a problem with round homes.
With what?
I don't know. Round homes, like spherical homes. I have a problem with those too.
Patrick, I don't know how we'll do it, but we'll figure out a way to get you into a triangle-shaped house.
Yeah, a pyramid.
A geodesic
I hadn't thought about that. I want to make one that looks like a puddle jumper from Stargate Atlantis. Or I did for a time. I don't know about it, I still do, but it could work. I have ideas.
And there's all sorts of stuff you can do. Like the Earthship biotexture houses look like they're Whoville, Dr. Seuss, right? And all they've really done, they've done a lot of exterior walls with cans and mud mortar and stuff, and just decided and have these nice curvy sort of, what is it? I guess it's like
Adobe?
A good word.
I mean, it looks more like a curved Adobe structure.
Yeah, they look they look like curved Adobe, and they kind of in a way are Adobe structures on the Earthship. But they're a lot of that's just facade stuff that they did to beautify and.
I'm more a fan of log cabin style.
Mm-hmm.
Ed,
You can
please
glue
post
some
links
logs
to those
the
houses in the
outside.
chat.
Which houses are these you're looking? The same ones I just showed you?
Yeah, the one
Yeah.
through this flash.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought about that, Pamela, but wood's pretty good at being infrastructure.
There's one.
Oh, he just did a Google image search.
Oh, okay.
Here. That looks pretty woodsy.
But I'm looking. I'll find it.
Yeah, that one's not bad.
Then I
That one's
want to
not
say
bad.
hello to Michael Jobin, who's watching us. I can see that from the chat room. Our one viewer.
Yanni's not viewing us? Where's Yanni at?
Not that I can tell. He probably hasn't woken
He's
up.
in Fantasy World, I'm sure.
I don't know, he's usually up.
I know he was having problems with his...
He was having headphones issues.
Yeah.
They're not glowing enough?
No, he sat on them or something and they broke. So he had to buy some new ones. I'm not sure if they
The feature I would like, I like the idea of having it mobile. So I like the idea of kind of the tiny homes that got wheels on them. You can put wheels, I guess,
I'm
on a
not a
shipping
fan.
container, but
You know, you don't put wheels on a shipping container, you put a shipping container on wheels. I don't think it's not. I have a love-hate relationship with the tiny homes on wheels. I like that they're mobile, but they're not very roadworthy.
That's true.
You can just put a shipping container on a tilt truck.
Yeah, that's what they're supposed to be.
South Pole even.
Well, there are people that do move from one part of the country to another with their tiny home. I don't know if they hook it up to a trailer or what they do. I don't think you have a truck or something, right?
Hook it up to a truck. Hook it up to a truck, and you have to make sure your truck has enough towing capacity because those homes are heavy, man.
Yeah.
They're really heavy. If I was to build one of those, the infrastructure would be aluminum, yeah, I think it's aluminum. What is it called? Studs, and it would have a wood facade to lighten it up.
For a 20-foot or less, you can put it on a tilt truck. For the 40-foot, you need to put it on a road train.
But how do you get it to the train?
No, road train.
Oh, road train. You mean a semi-truck?
Big trucks. They're like $500,000 each. Well, Australian dollars they are.
We call them 18-wheelers.
Okay, yeah. Well, we call them road trains. And so the price difference is they're about $500,000 Australian, whereas a tilt truck you can get for 20 grand. And yeah. So you just need to weigh up, how big you need it. Oh, yeah.
Apparently, if you're on the coast, you can get a shipping container for about $2 grand, but if you're in the middle of a continent, it's about $4 grand.
So for 20 foot or 40 foot?
Just over 2.
Yeah, I'm going.
Depends on the size. Yeah. What's the area inside of a 40 foot? I think I just get two small ones and make a square house.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the idea. So the 40 footers are 40 feet long. By about a little less than 8 feet wide. And then there's also their tall boys. You can get them. Most of the heights are 8.5 feet, but you can get them. I think up to 12.5 feet. There's a 12.5 foot high cube variety, which I don't know if that would really be necessary or not. But I would. My picture is that I would actually want to have 4 of these, with an upstairs and a downstairs and a rooftop garden, because there's plenty. I mean, these things don't get stacked just too tall. These things get stacked. I don't know what it is when they're on those ships. You figure they are like 8 high?
No, I don't think 8 high. Maybe 6.
6 high and full, like all the cubic feet full of stuff.
Yeah,
So they got to be really
heap
strong.
of them,
They
but
can definitely handle stacking a couple high and having a rooftop patio garden on top of the thing.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
One of these is really, really nice looking. That's a chateau.
What are you talking about?
I just screenshot it, hopefully. It's got a chateau looking thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, moat across it. Couple of shipping containers. You got your little Swiss chalet.
That's where I don't understand using a shipping container for the infrastructure part, because you could build wood studs for less money than the cost of the shipping container.
Yes.
Then you have a house made out of wood. Wouldn't it be cooler to have one made out of steel?
I suppose. I mean, there's
You're not going to rot.
There's a certain, it's gonna rust.
Yeah, well, you can handle a little rust on the exterior. Why you paint it? You paint it, right?
It depends what the alloy is. If it's the right type of alloy, once it rusts over, it's not gonna rust anymore. But if it's not the right type, it'll rust straight through, and then you have.
I have a feeling the shipping containers are built right.
Yeah, because they're built to fall in the ocean and not rust.
Well, I don't know that they're built to fall into the ocean and not
they
rust.
do.
They fall into the ocean. But I think the thing is, they're built to be splashed by the ocean, not fall into the ocean.
Not to survive underwater.
You can go out there sailing, and you'll run into hundreds, thousands of them. They fall off, and then that's it. and they're not rusting away. They're just floating.
Hmm.
The shipping
You
containers
solved the
are
coral
awesome.
reef problem.
Yeah.
Wind tight, water tight.
Yeah, I need one for like a bedroom, one for a bathroom, one for a walk-in wardrobe, and then I need one for a kitchen, and then I need one for a model railroad and Lego and stuff. And yeah, I need a whole heap of them. I'll just stack them all up.
Yeah.
There was
So
a
I
video
found,
I watched.
I can't find it right now, probably. I bet I can. There's this guy who built. He just went out into the country and he built his shipping container little house, and he's got how-to videos. Like he shows them laying the foundation points for it. He shows them leveling it. He shows them dropping the container down on there and securing it. He shows what's his name? Paul something. Is it Paul? Paul Campbell? Paul Cedar? Something like this. Paul something. But he's got a series of YouTube videos on constructing a ship container little house, and he goes and they cut the windows out and install a window and stuff. Neat little how-to videos on projects that he's done.
That's the great thing about YouTube now. Places like YouTube, you can see people building things.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a lot of sites, a lot of videos, and people building tiny homes.
Yeah. But I guess my big attraction to it, Patrick, is that it surpasses building code for strength and stability of being able to build something there. You know, it's a lot less strict in terms building code is in terms of, you know, the interior layout of your house, how you want it to be, you know, how you want to do the layout of the interior. Pretty much up to you. Yeah, you got to have your electrical code, some basic stuff, safety stuff there. But the tough thing is getting the okay to build a structure that's unique. You know, building a house that's a couple stories. It's for the do-it-yourselfer who isn't hiring a construction crew to do it. You have to have a contractor there probably when you install it onto the foundation, something like that to check off on. But you're not paying 20 people, you know, hours and hours of labor to go in there and nail this thing together.
What we don't want, there's Pamela's tick, and it's still alive. That's the amazing. It's still, that sucker is still alive. It looks like it's crawling. I don't know.
No, she's moving the jar around, and that's why it looks like it's.
Oh no, I killed the bastard. Yeah, but I got it all. I got its head and everything. You can see, well, you can't see it, but I can see all the little feelers and everything.
Patrick,
you're
say something
correct.
so I can see. Oh, I guess I can just highlight your video to see it. Hang on.
Yeah, there's a guy in Connecticut who built an apartment house. I don't know how many.
See, I want to build a
floors.
big steel box, only make a big bamboo box, but still corrugated.
If you're going that far, I mean, I'm thinking a shipping container, like Justin said, it's a very solid structure. You just go over, you buy it, they drive it to the site.
No. Bamboo will be stronger and lighter weight. Cost less to ship.
Bamboo.
Yeah.
I was
A
a
big
fan of
bamboo box.
but oh my goodness, they get eaten by termites. Like something I've never seen before, just chronic, just
Not if
termites.
it's a composite.
Termites just
Okay.
rip through.
So Patrick will be living in the compost house. Is that what you said?
Composites
Gonna make
don't
it out of compost?
bugs. You understand the concept of a composite?
We don't all have to have matching houses, do we?
No.
No, I
mean-
I guess matching uniforms will be enough.
Black mock turtlenecks and 501 jeans. Is that what the deal is?
Black sneakers. And we can actually, there is a Jamestown, California,
Balance
we can
sneakers
find
is
some
what
land
they
there. Just do every Death and Doom cult all at once.
So everybody has to drink Kool-Aid before they go to bed, right?
Yeah, and that's why it's called the Science Island Project, a.k.a. SIP.
Sip. I like it.
How did your bamboo drone that you were building?
It's not a drone. It's an RC frickin'
Okay.
helicopter.
Quadcopter thing.
Actually, it's an octo. But it's still in. It's in limbo.
I mean, there's not much anything right now.
No, it's a thing. I'm trying to build a hackerspace, damn it. That takes up time.
I don't know. All I can think of is if you build a bamboo home, you're talking about, well, even in Japan, they have, I don't know if they have bamboo homes. They certainly have homes made out of a kind of wood. But the problem they had was with the raccoons, when they imported raccoons. They had a cartoon character who was a raccoon. So all the Japanese, parents bought their little children raccoons. A raccoon doesn't make much of a house pet,
No.
so they got loose,
And it was so
and they wound
popular,
up eating
too.
all the big wooden structures and the shrines and things. I don't know. If you want to put up a bamboo thing or where you got a lot of
What do you not understand about bamboo composite?
nothing. I mean, everything. I've never used bamboo composite. It's composite. It means it's mixed with something else.
Right.
So it's
Have you
like
heard of
bamboo
carbon fiber?
plywood?
Have you heard of carbon fiber?
Yeah. So is it like a so it's compressed timber?
No. It's exactly like carbon fiber,
Cement.
only instead
You
of
mix it with
carbon, you
cement.
have bamboo. It's an epoxy resin coated with bamboo fibers in it.
I don't know.
I love this video you've got going here. This is making me want one of these things more.
I know. I'm thinking because I brought it up because I'm thinking towards the end they actually go and they try and waterproof it. Well, I don't know if it would actually survive being dunked in the ocean.
Ships do.
They survive.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
they
ships
survive.
are meant to
It's
float.
just
That's their whole point.
who wants to go and get it? It's at the bottom of the freaking ocean, man, and it's like a shipping container full of like Target crap or something.
Right.
It's not worth the trip down.
It comes furnished.
I liked the drill press they used. It was a cut-off drill press on wheels to make all those holes.
Actually, what about a 3D printed home? Just a big, massive 3D printer, and you can make it out of anything you want. You can put the materials in there, and the materials go through your design mode. You get your parts. Good to go.
I have an issue with 3D printed housing. If they're anything like the plastic models, they won't survive very long.
Yeah, again, the whole reason for going with the shipping container is it's a tough-built structure that's already passed muster in building codes in the strictest of locations, and it's just the quick fix to doing something that's not a traditional architecture thing. Which I don't know. I mean, wood is, I guess, fine to build with, but I think these will be even more sturdy. These will be even stronger than a wood-built house.
If you're talking about sustainability in your forest, you can go, if you know how to do it, and chop down your trees and do all that sort of stuff. But
or you could go with it sustainability through recycling, repurposing something.
No.
I don't like old facades either. I like new facades. So if I used reclaimed lumber, I would strip off the old weathering and have it look new.
So I can't share a photo on here myself because I'm on a tablet, but I just tagged some of you guys in a photo of my shipping container if you want to have a look.
You have one? You have a shipping container already?
Yeah.
She's Australian. Everyone is assigned one at birth.
No, that's not true. Yes, it has all of my worldly possessions in it. Well, most of them.
And here is our friend Jani with his brand new headset.
He does exist. They do exist.
You gonna post the link, did you say? Pamela?
No, I tagged you in the photo. It's on Facebook.
Oh, it's on Facebook.
Yeah.
That young lady looks like she had a dad who was a stunt biker.
I look like what?
Not you.
Who?
The young lady next to you.
What's she doing?
Never mind.
Ah, there you go. There's a picture of Pamela. Probably a pregnant Pamela.
No. That was after I had the baby.
There you go.
Formerly pregnant Pamela.
No.
Well, that was a motorbike.
3 months after. Yeah, that was 3 months after she was born. Yeah, that's our container, isn't it? That's the ag bike. You've been on the ag. Yeah. Yeah. I know. So, you need another container for the bikes. I mean, like, I'm going to need a dozen of them, just straight up.
I think we need to talk about minimalism.
Who was the guy? Had a YouTube video. I think I posted it on Science Island on Facebook. Maybe 83 square foot home on a mountaintop. Now, first of all, he's on a mountaintop, so he's got a fantastic view. But it had everything.
It's a gusty view too.
Yeah. Of course, he was a mountain man, so he didn't have to take a whole lot of showers very often. So I don't know, maybe he had a big tub and a bucket of water over his head. I didn't happen to see a toilet there, but
So I told you about my mountain man upbringing partly, right?
Yes.
My mountain man uncle used to just, in the most freezing, frigid, ice melt runoff streams, go out there and swim and bathe. It was
cold showers are really good for you.
Us kids who would end up stinking to high heaven because the water was just too freaking cold, man. There's no way I'm going in there. There's just no way I'm getting in that water. It's ice water.
Yeah, but cold showers are supposed to be really healthy for you.
Mm-hmm.
They are when they're a rarity, but we went camping in the desert in winter, last winter, and it was like a cold shower every couple of days. But, you had to because it's gross. And I ended up with pneumonia.
I think you have to start out. I think you have to start out lukewarm and then slowly go into the cold.
Yeah, well, we were just straight into cold showers.
I think I boiled water and towel bathed. That's how I figured out.
Sponge bath, Justin.
Huh?
Sponge bath.
I sponge bath myself with some hot water from a fire instead of trying to go into the freezing water.
I'm starting to slowly turn the temperature down on my showers. Eventually I'll get to the cold, but it's going to be a while.
It sounds like that cat that I used to cut its food in half every day.
See how long it would last?
Yeah, no, not to see if I could train it to live without being fed. And I was almost there. I cut it down. It was almost to the point where I thought I could stop feeding it, and the thing died of natural causes.
Yes, natural causes. What's that theory that I forget what it's called, but it's cutting distances in half every time and never getting anywhere. It's actually called something.
Is it a Plato thing? Is it?
No, I think it starts with a Z.
Oh.
It was in a movie I saw, but it was. Hey,
there was a war movie about, I think it was Iwo Jima or one of those islands, and you had the Marine sergeant, And when it rained, that's when he would take soap, and that's when he would soap up, and it would just use the rain. Every time it rained, he had his bath.
You can do that too. That's what birds do.
When I lived in Cairns, that's when I washed my hair. I go wash my hair in the rain because it's really good for your hair. But that was in the tropics. You can't do that in winter in the desert. Well, you can, but then you get pneumonia, I found out.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Never mind.
Well, you go camping in the desert for a couple of months and see how you go.
Not for a couple months, but I did for a week.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. And breastfeed at the same time, so all of the good nutrients are leaving your body.
All right, Kate, you got us all there, Pamela. You got all of us. None of us will be able to rise to that challenge.
No.
Well,
throw that into the mix.
If you really try and do some sort of...
You can get colostrum out if you've got to really work at it as a guy, but yeah.
And
I don't need to have this conversation.
Forewarning, gentlemen, your comeback to Pamela's, yeah, well, I can pee standing up. She can do that too. Yeah.
She has that little funnel thingy. Heard this.
Actually,
Here's the guy in the Wolf movie. That's what he did. He went around, he marked his territory. He was living with wolves or something. I forget what the deal was.
Oh, yeah. Never Cry Wolf?
Something like that. But that's what he did. He marked his territory just like the wolves did.
Yeah, and they backed out. They respected it, and they went and marked it back. Yeah, that was great. He went out there to, what is it? Who was he working for? National Geographic or something? Smithsonian or something? He was going up there to count the population of the wolves, and
he even tried to live on the little rodents they had, just like the wolves do, and he put them in blenders and everything.
Well, yeah, that was the thing. He realized that the wolves' main staple wasn't caribou; it was these mice that they were finding. And so he realized he was probably going to have to try that too, because his food got delayed or didn't make it or something. He didn't get his shipment, or his shipment landed, but then something happened to it, so he didn't get his supplies. So he had to learn how to eat mice. That was a great movie.
There's a book that's very similar to that. I can't remember what it's called.
It's also called Never Cry Wolf. It's the book that the movie was based on.
No, it's a different book. It's about a kid that was going to see his dad or something, and he was flying in a very small plane, like a Cessna, and it crashes in a lake, and the pilot dies in it, but he swims out and gets to shore, and eventually he has to survive on his own. I can't remember what it's called. Like, Gary Paulson's the author, I think. But the author writes all of these survival stories. It's very so. But in the book he does the same thing. He marks his territory and whatnot. Hatchet. I think it's called The Hatchet.
Is that the one where he talked about when you're preparing a meal like that, you don't really cook anything. You kind of make it a soup out of it. So you make sure you don't use any nutrients.
Yeah, I think that's it.
That's not how I want to live on Science Island. this whole mountain man thing, I don't know.
That's basically how I make all my food.
You just catch it?
No. If I'm making like pasta or something, I don't cook my veggies and stuff in other water. I cook it in the same water, and I just drain that.
Yeah, I do a lot of steamed stuff, and then the bottom of my steamer collects this what looks like a great veggie broth that I end up feeding it to my plants because I'm not going to make a broth anything out of this. I don't cook often enough for that to happen.
Yeah, I give my.
But I figure my plants must love it, right?
Mm.
I don't know, just which plants are those that you're growing? Is that the one that you kind of can roll a little bit later on?
Wait, what?
He's boiling hemp. Is that what you're saying? I hear it makes great rope. Hey, there's hemp growing at Johnson. Like, I think they used it as an ornamental thing at one point in time, and it's growing in the middle of all these hedges. Like, and it's like set distances too. It's like the same distance from each plant. So it had to have been like something purposefully planted there. But now they try and cut them down. But it keeps growing back every spring.
And it's probably industrial, which has got really low THC, but was really popular crop for many, many years. It'd be interesting to see what. Oh, so the other thing I looked at was, let me go find this. There's another thing. This is okay. So we're flashing forward a little bit here. Let me go find this before I start talking.
Right.
Yeah, it's The Hatchet by Gary Paulson. That's the book I'm talking about here. It's in the... I read it in like 6th grade, I think. There's a follow-up. I can't remember. The River, I think. Brian's Winter. Yeah, Brian's Winter is also a good one.
Keep getting thrown out, so I'm going to take that as a hint to go and eat something and get back to my...
No, boo. Boo. So here's the other thing before you go. Well, you don't have access to the chat room, do you?
No. But I'm sure you can find another way to send me a message.
Oh. Yeah, whatever. You can go. Good night. Go study your law. Go have a future in law.
No, what were you going to send me?
Boring.
Oh, that's not.
I like space law.
Space law.
Yeah, it's a thing.
The thing? Cool. I could specialize in space law. Oh my god.
Sure.
Now, what were you gonna send me?
I actually have a couple contacts that are into that.
Yeah, send them my way. That'd be cool. I've got a year and a half left. I'm halfway through.
In space law, they can't hear your opening statement.
That's right. I'm doing contract law at the moment. That's what the assignment's in. What were you going to send me?
Quit torturing your child, Pamela. She's screaming.
God,
Pay attention to me.
I pay attention to her constantly.
Pay attention to me.
I'm told you need to stop paying attention to them so that they'll stop wanting your attention.
But I don't want to. I love her.
That's so funny. Your baby's crying with an Australian accent. I didn't realize that the accent started that early.
I got a question. Michael Jobin in the chat area said, I do desensitizing showers. What the heck is a desensitizing shower?
I think that's extremely cold showers.
Ah, okay.
Because if you do it enough, then it toughens your senses up, and you don't care as much.
No, you just get pneumonia. Trust me.
That's only if you're in the desert. There's extenuating circumstances.
And breastfeeding, so you don't have any good nutrients left. Yeah, and that was just a few weeks after giving birth. So yeah. What was I going to say? AJ, weren't you just climbing some mountains recently, which is why you've been gone? What were you doing shower-wise? Is he still there?
He's muted and his camera's off, so he might be off doing something.
We'll ask him very personal questions about his showers when he comes back then. Okay. I'm going to go and I'll come back. You going to be here for a while?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
If no one's in here when you get back, then clearly it's over.
I'll just talk to Chelsea then, if you're not here.
I thought that's what you always did.
I talk to Chelsea all the time. I know, we went to the shops yesterday, and because I had to buy her a jacket, and I'll show you the jacket I got. And I was just talking away to her because that's what I do, and that's how babies learn language. And I got so many weird looks. So, but I got a little jacket, a little hood, and it's got pretty pattern on the bottom. It's double-breasted, and it's nice. Because we're going into winter now. Okay. I'll talk to you all either later today or, well, if I don't see you again today, next time you see me, I'll be 35.
Well, oh, happy birthday!
Happy birthday.
In a few days. So this is the last time you might see me at 34.
What was the old Abbott and Costello routine where, or maybe it was the Marx Brothers, where somebody keeps gaining on them because first, maybe he's twice as old as the guy was, then he's less than twice as old or something? I'm twice as old as Pamela, but she's gaining on me.
So in that link is some super big greenhouses.
Okay.
One of which is 30 feet wide, 72 feet long, runs about 14 grand.
You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna live in a greenhouse.
Right?
It's like camping, only inside.
Yeah. Totally. I mean, that might be a fun place to hang. You know?
You're just a bubble boy, but your bubble is bigger.
I'm not sure I like that analogy.
But now look. Okay, so Patrick, look at that structure as also not just, doesn't have to be a greenhouse, right? It doesn't have to just be there for the greenhouse purpose. Think of that as a
purple
makerspace.
house.
Think of it as a workshop. I mean,
Yeah.
you're secured from the elements. It's not going to rain inside of there, right?
Unless you have a lot of plants, in which case there'll be a microclimate.
Yeah, you don't. Well, you don't even have to have the plants in there. Is what I'm saying. This is basically perhaps a cheap hangar to put a workshop in, to have a builder space in. You know.
I don't know. $14,000 is a bit much.
You think so?
I think you could build one for less than that.
For 30 feet. Well, see now, if you've got a way to do that, then that's even all the better. I'm only at 30 feet wide, 72 feet long. That's huge space.
So
warranty.
Yeah. So one must always realize that everything for sale is at least double cost. So if you're willing to put in the effort to finding the original materials, you can build it for a lot less.
Then we have two people in the chat room. Roxy, R-O-R-X, who is in one of the TWIS minions.
What chat room? Where's this chat room?
This is in the scienceisland.org.
Oh.
Here, it's the same chat thing that we use on TWIS, except it's TWIS Minion.
Well, that I can find.
Just wanted to say hi to her.
Go to the chat and G+ Hangout section.
You know, something, Justin, that you talked a little about when you talked about giving up your salary or something, and I realized that we're actually your bosses. I mean, we're paying you TWIS team people $500 an episode, 500 cash money. You know,
that's only $2,000 total for the month. That's not a lot of money to live on.
Living on, okay, not so much. Could you live on Science Island on $500 a month?
I'm not entirely sure how Kirsten divides it, but if you divide it by 3, then it's even less.
And that's an amazing thing, how
And I don't
Justin,
even
when
know
you
if you have to
started,
I
how
don't
much
even
were
know
you
if have to
getting
take
paid when
taxes
you
out of
started?
it. I don't know. Are those considered donations, or is it a non? It's not a non-profit, right? There's still taxes, right?
Okay, the day I see any of that money, I'll tell you. The-
There's got to be an income and state tax or something.
The day I see $1 of that, I will let you know. So yeah, that's one of the things that Kiki's been working on for a really long time, is figuring out the mechanics of that. We're not a nonprofit. We're not going to be a nonprofit. And my assumption is she's getting taxed on everything because none of it's been dispersed anywhere. So it's all been going to a just TWIS fund, which is it's paid for some stuff, paid for some equipment upgrades, that sort of thing so far, paid for, I guess, for the TWIS shorts, the camera that they're using, some of the equipment they're editing on. There is talk about doing a 4-way split with the 3 of us and another portion that stays with the show itself for fundraising for future equipment, future travel, future blah diddy blah. But it's all a lot of futuristic talk at this point. But yeah, if they did the 4-way split, if they did with a 4-way split, it would be around $500 a month that I could dedicate solely, wholeheartedly, easily to whatever the Science Island overhead was.
One of the technical aspects of like the Science Island Fund might be a little like the TWIS Fund. For instance, okay, we collect it, where are we going to put it? Well, you can put it into an account and call that account scienceisland.org, but then you need authorized signers. Now, I could do it very easily if you want to make it the Ed Dyer Fund, and I'm the authorized signer, but then you got to trust me not to do anything with the money. So what you really need is 2 authorized signers. And you need 2 authorized signers who can go to the bank. Now, the only arrangement I could think, it would have to be, are there 2 of us that live close enough to each other so that we both can get to the bank? And the only 2 people I can think of would be you and Blair. Something like that.
Or perhaps it's better that they live across countries so that they can't embezzle.
Hey, don't give me any ideas.
So here, let me tell you this. All right.
So actually, wait, hang on. Before you go on, Ed, the only thing I could think that that would make that maybe not necessary is if you did a notary thing. If you had a notarized signature from a notary that gets stamped and mailed, it seems like, I mean, I've done car deals that way.
Okay.
Where one person who's signing on half the car deal is in another state. It's a parent maybe co-signing for a kid who's off at college. We send all the paperwork out there. They go to a notary who has to confirm who they are and has them do the autographs and stamps the thing like this was done before an authorized notary of the public who witnesses signatures and verifies identities. And then the thing gets mailed back and the one person comes in person and signs their half. And that's it. We've got the car deal. So there's got to be a way through notaries to get around distance. Business has been doing that for a long time.
That's a contract, but I think you're right. There has to be a way of working around that.
Yeah.
Particularly in this day and age where people, with the internet, there are just tons and tons of businesses. Now, a lot of these people, must be in different locations, so I'm sure there's a workaround.
Yeah.
Well, for Creator Space, it's incorporated, and so there's a board of officers, and the president and the treasurer each have access to the bank account. And for really big purchases, you have to have a quorum that decides what goes down. But for the small stuff, I have a card I can do what have you. So it's all in the bylaws.
Yeah, which we don't have any yet.
We don't even
For From what I've understood, you only make the bylaws when something comes up that you need the bylaws for.
Well, but that's not how. Well, the way it worked in this country, I don't know what it's like in Texas, but the way it worked in the United States was we created a big overview of laws first, and then we added to them and added to them and added to them and added to them over time, and then occasionally took a couple away because it probably shouldn't have been there. But there's an organization I would love to find out more about. I've only just discovered them. I think it's called the Llama Commune. I don't even know where they are. I think they're back.
Llama, as in the animal.
I think it's Llama. It's a commune, but they got some land and they did some funding.
Llama land.
Llama land, and they
Llama Foundation. Well, maybe not.
But they say Wikipedia says it's a theophysical. I'm mispronouncing that word, but it's in Pasadena.
Texas.
That's Point Llama. That can't be the same thing. No, that's
Not
Point
Llama.
Llama Foundation.
Yeah, it's a foundation. Okay, got the wrong one.
Look at Llama Commune.
I
I've got
did.
Llama
I got
Commune.
Llama Foundation.
How do you pronounce Lim? Maybe.
I thought it was
It's
Llama.
Lima.
That's
Lima.
Lima.
Good Lord, why is it hard with information in my brain?
Llama. Yeah, that's.
It's in your brain and not our brain.
We have Point Llama, the American and Utopian Dream. That's the same one I was talking about before. San Diego.
Llama.
That's history. They're
Llama.
not here anymore.
L-A-M-A-S.
It was the Brotherhood and Theosophical Society at Point Llama, San Diego. So it was an
Okay, no,
organization.
this is a pioneering eco-village in West Wales. This is UK. It's way, way
that's
further east
okay.
than I thought it was.
Found it.
Oh, that yeah. I have.
It's lammas.org.uk.
Yeah. Having nothing to do with llamas whatsoever.
Except that it looks like all their clothes is alpaca.
Yeah, there was one of the cooperatives that I talked about a couple of weeks ago, maybe last week, was in Scotland. But that was the umbrella group was a commune type organization started in the 1900s. It kind of broke up and separated. The main thing there was it's like a small village. It's operated like a small village, and the key to all of them operating is they have businesses. They all operate off income-producing businesses. You gotta have income coming in.
Excuse me.
But the interesting thing about the Scotland one was that I think it maybe was 160 people. No, I don't think it was any more than 200 people. But they always worked for everybody agreeing to everything. Even if 5 people disagree, they will just try to change things around. And their idea is once you get everybody to buy into something, then it'll go quickly. Kind of inefficient, takes a long time, but when it works.
Yeah. And really, you're going to find out who the assholes are pretty quick. If 195 people out of your 200 agree on a plan, and 5 people are objecting. At some point, you're like, okay, with the exception of, again, these 5 people, right? Whatever, like, I mean, if we had a community of 150 people and 140 wanted to do something and I was against it, I'd voice it and then like get behind it right away. I'd like voice why I didn't think it was a good idea, then I'd get right behind it. Because at that point, you just go with your vast majority.
Not a problem with a small community at all.
Yeah.
And I presume we would have to start out as a small community.
And I think you want to keep it that way. And I think I mean, I think you'd have to keep it that way. But I think what would be interesting would be to, like we've talked about, replicate the thing. You know, once you've gone in and you've demonstrated, you know, that 50 or 100 or 25 or whatever the number is of people can build this thing. And have their farm right there, their water collected right there, have heat and air conditioning without electricity, that can produce enough electricity themselves to do the other things they need to do with it. That this thing can work, then yeah, it'll be replicated, right?
Mm.
And you can give plans and explain how the growing pains you went through and what worked and what didn't work. And then it can sprout up other places. If we do it and everything fails, then it shouldn't be replicated. It shouldn't grow. But what works will get carried on somewhere else, even if it's not a Science Island project, even if it's a right-wing Jesus fanatic prepper group. They may incorporate some of the stuff and have it work. You know, like, who cares? Like, yeah, get off the grid.
And you've got to
this
have
llama place looks a little hippie-ish to me. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah, but you know what? From the descriptions I've heard of this, and I haven't actually been to their site before. This is the first time I found it.
There's
But I
a
was
section
reading
on research.
an article about them, which was they weren't doing the escapist hippie commune. Let's get away from the cops, grow our weed out in the wilderness, and not have to bathe, or whatever the hippies were doing, right? They're more about, we actually want to produce enough, we want to be creating a sustainable model. We want to plan everything out so that there aren't hiccups or mistakes. Like, apparently their community planning was like above and beyond what a homeowners organization does, right? Like, they'd had everything architected out to the nth degree before they went in there, which I guess you have to do to get permits and stuff like that eventually. But yeah, apparently they're more about taking on actual problems, like, how do we deal with our garbage? We're not just going to make a big pit and bury it somewhere. We're going to, I think their latest thing they're trying to do is they say they're almost to the point where they can produce enough food to not have to go to an outside store for anything, and working still on the water issue.
Sounds like they're working on evolving into another culture.
Yeah, which can happen. I mean, look, if you spent enough time away from America on this other project, planet, society thing that you're building, you'll just prefer it. And if nobody gives you a ration of shit for, wearing monk robes around the commune, you'll roll with it. I guarantee you there won't be anybody running around with a tie. Let me put it that way.
Okay, there's actually a lot of documentation on their site. There's a whole section called research.
Yeah, so they're doing, and well, part of it is too, they got like a grant from there was the county or the national grant of some sort to create an education center as part of what they were doing. So, yeah, they're documenting the hell out of everything they're doing.
They have a paper called "The Role of Scientific Knowledge in Grassroots Initiatives."
See, these are our people, right? We gotta watch what they're doing. We gotta check this out.
I gotta go, guys. Thanks so much for letting me join.
Thanks for joining us, AJ.
Laters.
Okay, thanks.
Wow, this is in depth.
All right, while you're reading, I'll be right back.
Okay, yes, Justin.
Could you put a link to it, Patrick?
Yeah.
Oh, in the chat area. In both chat areas. West Wales. West
I'll
Wales
try
is
and-
rugged territory. That's rugged country.
Yeah.
What are the barriers to an LED? Of course, this is UK law.
That's true. I mean, there's usually common law that goes across country boundaries.
Yeah. I have links to a site that shows you a whole bunch of like books and things for cooperatives. The whole thing about cooperatives, I mean, the examples I've seen are nonprofit. But that's not going to work, I don't think, for us. Rural areas, Britain. But appendices. So the LIDs are the low impact developments. Economic growth is incompatible with sustainability. And
Yep. I would say that's 100% accurate.
The thing, I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, think about it. You can't always grow your business. Eventually, you saturate the market.
Yeah, but you can have more than one business. In fact, you want to evolve. Whatever your model is, it needs to be a model that can evolve.
It needs to evolve, but you don't have to have more than one business.
No, true.
It needs to evolve with the economy, but not to the point where it's so big that you have to start closing businesses. That's unsustainable. Once you have to start closing businesses, you've gone beyond your sustainable growth. It's not sustainable anymore. You had to close a business.
Yeah, but a business isn't okay. You're operating something. You're not making that profit, but when you change, you go out of business, but you open up another business, and the first business becomes the basis, like for the second. Whatever equipment or anything you've got, you use that in the new improved edition. Now,
I'm talking about like all of the customers that you could possibly have as customers are already your customers. You can't get any more customers because nobody wants your stuff anymore. And that's why you close a business, not because you had crappy machinery before or something and you couldn't produce.
To be sustainable, well, growth. Growth is the key word. You can only grow so far. That's true. You have X amount of resources available. You can't increase your resources unless you expand your territory.
Is everybody reading?
I'm reading.
We're discussing economics.
How's that for an exciting subject?
It's better than currency like that one time.
That's the definition of what they call sustainable development. They call it the Brundtland definition. Development which meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs.
Wow, they got a better intro than I did. You nailed it.
I don't know. My definition of sustainability might be different. It says there's also ecocentric definitions, which put the global ecology first. Although human well-being is clearly dependent on the health of the planet's ecosystem, apothecaric and ecocentric views can contrast and differ greatly. I don't know what this guy's talking about. Sorry. This is
okay. One planet development policy. Basically, it is possible to build new homes in the open countryside in Wales so long as there is a clear commitment to sustainable living, natural building techniques, and land-based livelihood. In particular, households will be expected to demonstrate an ecological footprint as low as 2.4 G hectare per cap. I don't know what that.
Some British measurement.
Some G per hectare, I think is what it is. After 5 years, and work towards a one planet footprint. All construction must be zero carbon in construction and use. Projects must meet their basic household needs from land-based livelihoods within 5 years. This translates to approximately £3,000 per adult per annum from land-based activities. Over and above that, residents are free to supplement incomes by other means so long as that doesn't include excessive travel. Bear in mind that in addition to this, there is additional policy guidance at both the national level, in particular PPW Chapter 4, and a local level, local development plans, which is particularly relevant for areas with a special designation, national parks, for example. The following document provides detailed guidance on exactly what is required for a one-planet development application.
Roxy in the chat room says the stock market demands perpetual growth. She's agreeing with you, Patrick. How about the resources it takes to have the business? Ed, question mark. The resources, well, you would start, well, okay, we have the environment. There's X amount of resources in the environment. We want to use those resources in the environment to the maximum. If we're talking about a community, you have maybe half the people living in the environment and the other half of the people who are going outside the environment, doing work and bringing resources back in, and there's your growth. That only works when you're talking about a community, and if you're talking about the whole world, then yes, you do have finite resources.
Well, yeah, and everything's going great with our off-the-grid water collection and usage, and we have plenty. And then a drought hits, and we're still doing just fine because we were collecting our water. We weren't on the grid. And then one of us decides to plant almonds and uses up 3 times as much water as the entire village uses in a year. And we go, it's drought. What are we going to do? It's got to rain more. Sorry, I sub-tangents into it.
You're breaking up. Roxy in the chat room says we should be moving towards something resembling a steady state economic system. A steady state economic system.
I don't know what he was talking about, Justin. I could hear you just fine.
Okay. Maybe Ed was breaking up with me then.
That's probably more accurate.
Yeah.
Is Justin lagging, or is it my connection?
It's your connection. Your download's having issues.
All right, here's the experiment we sometimes do pre-show TWIS. We're gonna do a countdown. 3.
3, 2, 1.
And okay, let's try it again. 3.
Oh,
2.
3, 2, 1.
Okay. So normally
7, 14.
I would say 3. Somebody else says 2. Somebody else says 1. And then the closer they are together, we know that we're in sync. 3.
2. Apparently not.
Yeah, there's a lag there.
Can't understand a word you said.
Okay, so it's
It's on Ed's side.
Yeah, but it may not be a lag. It may
Alright.
be distortion, choppiness, or something.
Same thing.
Let's see. If I leave the chat area, does this? If I leave the Hangout, does the Hangout stop? I don't think so.
No, it does not.
Okay.
Or I don't remember.
It stays on.
It stays on, yeah.
Well, let's see if I can.
Jani, that video is silly.
Let's see where.
I like silly. Let me see this. I think it's me, Ed. I've got too many windows open. I'm slowing down your internet.
All right, I just opened it up and I can see Justin fine, but I'm not in the chat area yet. Okay.
Jani, I don't get that robot thing. It doesn't make any sense. It looked the same in every single photo.
Because he's a robot. He's not going to age.
Well, yeah, but like, there's no outfits or style changes. It's just the same.
Robots don't change styles. Robot style's always in fashion.
Hmm.
Every day, a robot wakes up, looks in the mirror, goes, shiny metal? Perfect. Out the face.
Yeah,
of
but
it.
they have to
Find
brush
really
that. They have to
thin.
brush
You're
that
about to
tarnish
comb the hair
off.
and then go, hey.
They gotta brush those tarnished teeth. They're rusting. You get cavities that way from that rust.
I don't know what a steady state economy would look like.
It's one where everyone always buys the exact same thing. No one ever has to expand or decrease their business based on profits.
I think Russia tried that, and I think it failed.
Is that what communism is?
Yeah, well, it's not necessarily what communism is. It is what the Soviet Union tried to implement, which is they would tell manufacturers how many toothbrushes to make. And they wouldn't make any more. This is how many you make every year. And, like, the population would grow, and, like, better toothbrushes were invented, and no, you're still going to make that toothbrush, and you're going to still make this many of them. And they had this, there was an economist there who was really brilliant until they lost him. But he had built this, what is this thing I have his picture of? It's, you know, like the perpetual motion machine kind of thing? It was something like this, but it was all made with water. It was like liquids. And if you pulled this lever, liquid would follow into this category of the economy, and so you pull this lever. But he had a way of balancing it, and he had made a 3D, like, statue model, fluid dynamic model of his economic plan. And apparently it worked for many, many decades. Until the thing broke, and then nobody knew what to do anymore. It ruined the Soviet economy. Like, we don't have the thing with the water that goes into the other things. We don't know what lever to pull. The thing broke. It got a leak. Water evaporated. We're screwed.
Didn't anybody take pictures? They can fix it.
So okay. So the thing that this is going back to the thing earlier, the greenhouse thing, right? The $14,000 greenhouse.
Yeah.
So my idea is what would be effective is we might be able to fundraiser for something like that. We might be able to do a Kickstarter to have this added to the sustainability island, sort of a thing. I don't think we would get the whole project. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm too being too pessimistic about it. But I think the land portion, the initial build-out portion, would be tough. But if you secured the land, then getting things like that added to the island as a fundraiser could get could get some appeal.
I think what we're gonna need to do is we're gonna need to get some land from for like a foreclosure thing auction and hope that no one else shows up and we can buy it for $1.
Yeah, that would be nice. Although
What we do is we find a piece of land that's being foreclosed on, and we put misinformation out there so that everybody thinks it's another piece of land, and they all show up over there, and we're the only ones that show up.
Make it look like a much better deal, right?
Yeah.
I'm afraid of the foreclosure stuff. The short. So I always feel like this is what happens. Is like, yes, you can buy this land for $1. So you buy the land for the $1, and then, yeah, congratulations, you now own the land and the tax lien that we had against it, which is for $1 million. Oh, there is a catch. Oh, I should have read the fine print.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never had to go into that, so I wouldn't know anything.
So here's the other thing. Like, the other thing I was thinking about was like what you were saying, Ed. You want it closer to a university. You want it closer to culture and civilization than the 3 hours away from any university, 240-something acres, which I don't know if Ed can even hear me now.
Apparently not.
But that land is, of course, by definition, going to be much more expensive. And you're going to be looking at, instead of 250 acres, the price you're going to be talking about 8, 10 acres.
So what you're saying is,
how high up can we build?
Expensive.
Yeah. So then you lose the wide open spaces, but you have more connection to regular commerce, regular society, regular everything else. So then do you just build up? How far up can we go?
Up and down. I prefer down than up.
Ooh, yeah, okay. I wonder how tough that is. God, it seems like years ago I looked into that, and I remember finding in New Mexico adobe houses that were built 2-story, but from the street level they were 1-story. So they would go down 1 level. And they'd have the underhouse, which is, it's like a basement, but it's the entire footprint of the house. And it was just, another house under there. In fact, my ex-father-in-law's house in Denmark was like that. He had an entire footprint of his house was underground. We had a workshop and a bar and all this cool stuff down there. And then the regular house is above ground. I don't know how far down you're allowed to go. I don't know what building code looks like if you try to go 3 stories down.
I don't think there is anything about that. But every home in Omaha, from where I'm from, has a basement.
Mm-hmm.
If it doesn't have a basement, you don't buy that house. Because you'll get blown away in the next storm.
Right. They're exceedingly rare in California, or at least Northern California, Central Valley, because we have historical floods.
There was a guy in Seattle who built a bomb shelter underneath his existing basement, and he built it by digging it himself and slowly bringing up the dirt and scattering it about. But it had 3 or 4 rooms to it or something, and it was several stories below his actual basement.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to have a basement in Connecticut. At least all the places that I know of. Maybe on the shoreline where the water table is, or flood zone or something.
Yeah, Northern California, all of Central Valley is Northern Central Valley at least is flood zone. So it's very rare to see basement. My grandparents downtown Sacramento had a basement, and it was a small basement, and they'd built the house themselves and included this sort of storage area down there. But the entire time, all I can ever remember for this basement in the winter is it was just big enough to flood, and we had a sump pump down there. And every once in a while this sump pump would go out. It would get clogged. It would get something would bump into it because my uncle at the time I think had stored a bunch of wine barrels down there. So I had this one really bizarre time to go when I went down to get to the sump pump, where I was holding on to the roof rafters or the subfloor rafters, walking over barrels to get to the other side of the basement so I could jump into the water and adjust the sump pump to restart again. But it was ridiculous. The thing flooded like every year.
Yeah.
When you buy a home here, that's what you have to do. You have to hire a contractor. And the contractor's responsibility, one of the things, is to make sure that the foundation is properly sealed so you won't get flooding.
Right. It's all about building it properly. If you build it properly, you can do it anywhere.
Yeah, I figure back in the 20s when this thing was built, they probably didn't have, good access to giant rubber sheets to wrap the outsides of the basement in. I mean, because you'd have to really excavate the whole thing, wrap it in rubber, and then fill it back in again.
Let me digress for a second since we've got both Patrick and Jani here. Jani posted a story, and I think maybe Patrick had some questions about it. Lava tubes on the moon. Now, you read the headline and you think it says there are lava tubes on the moon, but it's actually just a theoretical study from the University of Purdue.
Not theoretical, hypothetical.
Well, they say it's theoretical. Can't argue semantics with
data first.
You could quite possibly be correct. There's been some discussion of whether lava tubes might exist on the moon. Some evidence, like the sinuous riles, R-I-L-I-E-S, observed on the surface, suggests that if lava tubes exist, they might be really, really big. And these sinuous, I like that, sinuous riles are large channels visible on the lunar surface, thought to be formed by lava flows. These riles range in size up to 4 kilometers. And the Purdue team explored whether lava tubes of that scale could exist, and they say, we found that if lunar lava tubes existed with a strong arched shape like those on Earth, they would be about the size they would be stable up to 5,000 meters. This wouldn't be possible on Earth, but gravity is much lower on the moon, and lunar rock doesn't have to withstand the same weathering and erosion. The team found that a lava tube's stability depended on the width, roof thickness, and stress state of the cooled lava, and the team modeled a range of these variables. And so it was a model. It was, I assume, a computer model simulation. So you had, I think this is the last time they say on only one other study. The only other study was published in 1969. So I don't really know how much evidence there is of lava tubes on the moon. But if they do exist, they can be stable and strong and possibly, I don't know if there's any Nazis hiding under them, which is the movie that Jani was referencing. But
oh, great. We have moon Nazis now?
That's what I've heard. That's what I heard.
Iron Sky. The movie.
Well, they wanted to live in an all-white world, so there you go.
That was a movie financed in a large part in Finland by Finnish money, perhaps? At least the original movie?
And partly German.
And German. I think it looks like Patrick has been consuming some of that LSD you were talking about in the past.
I'm just going to leave it like this. I'm a disembodied face in
There you go. That's what you can have your shipping container. You can make the sides of your shipping container look like that.
I don't know. It wouldn't blend into the background very much. I think I might just cover it in sod.
There, you've got camouflage. You're camouflaged, right?
Well, so the whole concept I was playing with this week, mostly just today, was a back berm to the structures, to the container structures. So you'd have your containers built up, and there's a certain angle of egress you want to have to the back wall. But so first you've got the thing facing, you know, the long end way facing south and the long way facing north. And the north side you'd put the pounded tire wall and then fill all that over from earth with earth. So you'd basically have a nice hill on the back side of the thing. And you want the front end to have the right angle. I can't remember what the degrees of angle are. So that in the winter, sun is lower in the sky to the south, and at that angle, it makes it all the way to the back wall, and is heating that back wall, which has got the thermal mass, so it's collecting heat throughout the day, and then at night, when things cool down, that heat gets released back into the living area. So it's like having a heater on all night, even though you're not burning fuel to get it. And in the summer, when the sun is higher, that the angle is such that the sun isn't making it all the way to that back wall, so it isn't heating it, isn't adding heat to the residence. So there's a way of controlling temperature within these without having a heater running, without having an AC running. Although there is still an air conditioner that you can employ, which is convection heating. So you run foot diameter tube underground. Depending on how hot you think it's going to get, you can run it for 20 feet, 40 feet underground. Underground, the average temperature, 6 feet underground, is what, 60 degrees, 58 degrees, something like that. It's like a steady temperature, winter, summer, it doesn't really matter. So then to cool the place, you run this tube to some floor vents. And you have, at one end or both ends of the container, a high vent that you can kick open. And so the hot air from within the container move up and out. Hot air goes up. As the hot air goes up, it's actually sucking air out of your
It's
tube
not that hot air
reserve
goes up, it's
underground.
that cold air condenses and falls below it.
What's that?
Cold air condenses and falls below it, and hot air expands. It doesn't go up.
Right. So the hot air is going up and out and pulling the cooler air from the tube underneath. And the tube underneath does have an out port somewhere. It's vented up, so it's pulling outside air down into it as the convection within the cabinet is being released through this sort of skylight type venting.
Isn't that like a termite
that's-
mound? Isn't that how termite
What's that?
mounds? Isn't that how termites control the temperature in their mounds?
Yes.
They putting up different
Wow, I
openings
didn't
on
know
the
they
side
did
or
that. That's pretty
closing
cool.
them up.
The reason termite mounds are shaped like they are is to help cool them down because they have so much heat build up inside of them. It's basically a giant heat sink is what they build.
Yeah, so that's basically it. So, I mean, that's one of those things that, so if you can imagine being able to heat and cool a place without using electricity, I mean, how much energy do people spend heating and cooling? That's a good chunk of change right there.
Couple $100 a month sometimes. Ugh.
Right? So that's eliminated, which means we have to rely, when we're talking about being solar powered, we're not talking about having to heat and cool off of solar power. We're not going to have gas hookups. We're just talking about keeping the lights on, the computers running, occasional microwave vacuum cleaner.
That's for the location where you want to, what kind of the location you want to put the community in.
Yeah, man.
And so this, so yeah, but this back berm thing in the Earthship design, I think would work really well with a container ship, because the more I thought about it, how heat conducts through metal, even, you know, if you've got this thermal mass that's either adding heat or removing heat, and its contact point is a wall of metal, that's also going to connect with the whole rest of the structure. So as the rest of the structure is heating up, and that in the summer, and that thermal mass behind you is shaded, it's sucking heat out of the entire structure, right? Probably as efficiently, if not more efficiently, than it would in a typical Earthship. The typical Earthship, it's really that back wall that's doing all the work. Whereas if you have the entire container made out of metal, that's collecting heat and being able to transfer it to the cold spot, which is the thermal mass, or the heat spot, which is the thermal mass. It might even be more effective. I mean, the forced adaptation of not being able to go with the strict Earthship might be an innovation with an improvement in it, in fact.
That'd be an interesting experiment.
Yeah.
I mean, we would be building different kinds of structures and seeing which is the most efficient.
Mm-hmm.
And besides, heating is not the problem, it's cooling. You always find ways to heat up your structure, but how are you going to cool it?
Cooling is actually, I think cooling is easier. The heating part's a little trickier because it absolutely requires the thermal mass. The thermal mass is really the heater. It's you got to have the angles right so that light can penetrate through to a back wall of a thermal mass, and have the angles right and have that thermal mass suck the heat and then just redistribute it at night. Cooling is easy. Again, that 60 degrees that we got just 6 feet underground is always there. It's always there. So depending on what kind of heat you're anticipating being up against, you've got a 20-foot, a 40-foot, a 60-foot trench down there, long trench of tubing that's venting up somewhere to operate your convection cooling. But that's like the easiest one of the bunch right there, because there's access to that cooling system underground all the time. But yeah, the hotter the area you are, the more land I guess you need to have able to install one of these things. I mean, I guess they could be coiled, something of that nature. Although I think you'd want to use concrete tubing just for the structural. I mean, maybe a big, thick plastic sewer pipe of some sort would work as well.
I mean, you're all going to have heat because you're going to be cooking and things, so you're always going to be generating heat inside the structure.
Not if you move your kitchen outside the structure.
Right, I played with that idea. The only thing I didn't like about the idea, and I kind of thought of the kitchen as being something that you could put in like a front porch area, right, where it's still closed off, but not part of the main structure. The thing I thought that's tough about that is just the convenience thing, right? Like, it still is going to be much more economical or stable environment to have like a refrigerator indoors, sort of thing. But on the outside, there's the bug issue. I mean,
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's the pest intrusion thing or attraction thing that becomes kind of tricky.
You got to have that machete in case that bear of yours comes walking into the
Well, here's this. So, what if you built your refrigerator so that the heating elements, or the not the heating elements, but the heat sink extraction.
It is kind of like a heating element. It's like a reverse air conditioner.
Right. You could you could build your structure so that the fridge is built into the structure and it vents outside.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it's cold out, you could switch it around so that it's venting the heat inside. I want to do this with my computer system because my computer will make a room, if it's always on, 10 degrees warmer than the next room over. So if I hook up to my...
What are you doing? A 2,000-pound vacuum tube IBM creation from the 60s? What are you running?
It's a dual Xeon Mac Pro.
Wow.
It's got 6 hard drives in it.
That's kicking out that much heat, man.
Yeah. So I've been thinking about adding some ducts that vent the hot air outside, and then when it's winter, you flip the computer around, and it pulls cool air in, but it heats it up.
Heats it up for you.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's like a heat pump.
But I do like the idea of the outdoor kitchen, and I feel like I've seen this somewhere before because there's this picture of somebody having done this and built this, and it may have been on an Earthship, where they have like a netted up front porch with a, that's just like a porch kitchen. And it was pretty cool because they were, I believe there was video I was watching where it was raining outside while they were preparing their meal, and it just looked freaking awesome.
Do you watch the videos from Kirsten Duncan?
Yeah, put them up.
Let me see if I can find it. But she has a channel all on tiny houses. Or like innovative houses, or non-standard houses, or whatever you want to call it. And there's one in there that I saw that had an outside kitchen. Let's see here.
And was it raining?
Dirksen. It wasn't raining. I don't think it was raining at the time. Here.
All right, update. Ed, how close are we to our goal of Science Island money so far?
Well, let's see. There's me.
There we go.
There's you. Not sure who else.
All right, Ed. Just you and me, baby.
When we did this before, but we were asking for a lot more money before. When we went to, let's see, get back to the site. I think we were asking for like $10,000 or something.
Is that all?
Funding. Let's see.
All right, Ed.
No, it was 3,000. It was pledging. Let's see. $2,000. Yeah,
it's been the magic number all along.
Yeah, $2,000.
I think the place it's 14 grand, right? It's 14. A third of an acre. $14,000. It's a third of an acre in Mendocino, which is beautiful. It's like tropical rainforest over there. It's plenty of rain, nice forest, it's good people. It's just you and me, so we're gonna have to come up with a little more scratch each. But we'll just the hell with the rest of them. We'll just go drop the shipping containers there. We'll be off the and hey, we don't even it's only to feed 2 people. We could probably have a small greenhouse. We could probably do it on the rooftop gardens. I mean, feeding 2 people, how hard can that be?
And building, I mean, I could live in that 83 square foot home. That's absolutely no problem whatsoever for me. The only issue is over heat and cold. Everything else I don't care.
Yeah, that one. I mean, those ones aren't off grid with their heat and cooling. I mean, you've got to use fuel to heat and cool a tiny house. That's one of the kind of drawbacks to the thing. Well, I mean, I guess you don't have to use a lot if it's well insulated and it's that small. You might be able to just go in there and do some yoga to heat the thing up.
Yeah, if it's that small, your body heat might heat it up.
Yeah.
And to cool it, you just open the windows.
Yeah. No, I just look. It's cold winter's night. There's like 3 cars parked in front of Ed's 83 square foot home. What's up, Ed? Oh, come in. Close the door quick. It's like, wow, what's going on? I'm at a party. Yeah, I noticed there's like 6 people in here. Yeah, I just gotta heat it up a little bit before bedtime.
There was a movie, The Great Race, and at one point in The Great Race there were 4 of them, and they wound up on this island somehow. This iceberg type thing, and it was, who was the guy? I can't forget the actor. Oh, you had Jack Lemmon. Jack Lemmon was the bad guy. He was the evil villain with the twirly mustache. And he said, well, there's only 4 of us. We got to cuddle. Natalie Wood was it. But I don't know if, who am I going to do my cuddling with? That determines. That's the big factor.
Get yourself a dog.
No. Then you got to take care of dogs, and they got fleas.
Was Dom DeLuise in that movie?
I don't know.
Or was that
bad
The
guy,
Amazing Race?
you had the
There was a
evil
lot of-
villain and his henchman was the guy who had the glass eye. He was a funny guy. Because that was Dr. something or other, and it was Tony Curtis. Tony Curtis was the hero, and every time Tony Curtis did something, then the Jack Lemmon character tried to outdo him, and he always screwed up. Yeah, Patrick, you've got that Kirsten Dirksen. I subscribe to her channel, so they have lots and lots of videos about that. There's just tons of people now living in these tiny homes.
Yeah, this sounds familiar. I feel like I was watching some of her YouTube stuff earlier today.
Yeah, she's got good stuff. It's okay video quality, but she's got a lot of good. Her family went on a road trip over some summer or whatever, and went just from small house to 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 another small house to another small house, and so on and so forth.
I kind of think housing is the easiest issue to deal with, because there's just so many models to work with.
I'm trying to go through all of them, and I need to start writing down the ideas that I like.
Mm-hmm. In fact, I don't even care. As I say, I can live in. I don't care if it's an Earthship or a cave or anything else. The home itself doesn't mean anything to me at all. I want an internet. The hard thing is the internet connection. Good Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I'm considering getting rid of my internet connection.
How easy is it to build a server in the community for the community through which would we have to steal Wi-Fi from some other place? Or can we actually create the connection so we can get the Wi-Fi ourselves?
No, you can't start your own IP.
Well, yeah,
you
it depends
could,
on where we are. Most likely, most scenarios we're going to have satellite.
Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily. What you could do, and this is possible, kind of, is to rent a closet in a city or something, and have the internet hooked up to that closet, and then you put a wireless router in that closet, and then you have another router that's just within range of that router, and you just daisy chain them together until you get to our property. Or you do it via laser. You can do it via infrared laser, but that's inclement weather might have an issue. You can do it via microwave too.
There is microwave in the area. But we have to have, actually, if we've got visibility of the sort of Butte foothilly area to the west in California from here, there is microwave shooting out with internet.
Yeah,
but there can't be anything of consequence between you and it.
Microwaves should work in inclement weather, I think. Not stupendously, but it should work. Wi-Fi It should work in inclement weather. I mean, like a torrential downpour, you might have issues, but there could be an intranet that would probably work just fine, especially if it was all wired. But
yeah, I kind of like the idea of that to an extent. I think any decent Science Island plan should have its own intranet.
agreed. An intranet full of sensors on all of its stuffs.
You mean that's within the community itself only? Or are
Yeah.
we talking
Yeah,
about
so we could be
outside?
doing online gaming against each other.
Right, or just chatting with each other when it's bad weather outside.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Or as the things that I sort of picture having, well, hang on a second. I'm having massive browser shutdown death stuff happening here.
There's the set when I was having my problem not being able to listen to you, if you go up to the top, there's something said adjust bandwidth usage, and I was at maximum, and I cut it down, and it seems to be working better now. My picture's a little bit brighter.
I think I've got plenty of bandwidth. What do I know? I have no idea how much bandwidth is being used.
Are you on a Mac or a PC?
I am a PC only person.
Oh, well, too bad.
Yeah, it's only because I have never ponied up for the actual cost of Mac equipment. And every time I've done it, I've regretted it because I'm like, oh, I can't do this. Oh, I don't have that. Oh, I wish I had this like program I could use for audio editing that's on Mac and costs $50, and the one I spent like $400 on is a piece of shit. Yeah, it'd be great. Next time.
Just get yourself a Mac
I've already
Mini.
decided my next computer I will go back to the Mac. I haven't had one since an SE2, but I think it's probably made some improvements since then.
Just get a Mac Mini. $600. No, $500.
Well,
You're
no,
just-
$400. $400 until I go in and start tinkering with. Oh, I want the quad core. Oh, I want this memory backup. Oh, I want the external hard drive. Oh, I want the floating in the air anti-gravity keyboard. I want the, once I add the whole thing up, it keeps coming up to like $1,400, and I'm like, next month.
Well, just tell Kiki that some of that funding that's being used could go towards a better rig for you, so you can get better video quality on the Hangouts.
Yeah, actually, this is a funny thing. It's like, funny thing is, all of my equipment upgrades I've paid for myself. like, I understand there's some there's upgrades going on somewhere, but I bought the mixer and the voice thing. And
What about your mic? You've got a
I
really
got the
neat looking
microphone.
mic.
The microphone was cool. The microphone was and the microphone. No, I bought the microphone stand. But the microphone and this spit guard were provided by TWIS.
It's not a spit guard, it's a pop filter.
Pop filter, thank you. You're right. And the camera, I bought the camera. Like everything, the computer, there's all of the, except for this microphone and this pop filter. It was all me. But so yeah, so what do we start with? We need dirt. That's the problem, and dirt's really tough. The dirt is the hardest part because it's all about location, and then the better the location, the smaller this little slice of dirt you get is. Just
The only question to my mind on location is how close do we want to be to civilization? There's all kinds of property available in remote areas that is pretty cheap. But how close do we want to be to civilization? Because I want to be able to hop up, get my bicycle into town or something like that.
How far are you willing to bike?
how many
I will
days are
say-
you willing to bike and camp and
Certainly
bike?
5 miles.
So So I agree with you, Ed, and I agree with you for a few reasons. One is I think we're gonna get a better quality of resident who loves the off-grid idea to live, but is an actual like professional with some skill sets that isn't going to be willing to just throw away years of learning and training to go live in the middle of the wilderness and be a mountain man. On the other hand, too, I think partly we defeat a big part of the purpose of the idea if we build it where nobody can see it being in existence. I think one of the things in that little founding message or opening intro to it that I wrote earlier was that you want it to be an example. You want people to be able to drive over, take a look at it, and think about the possibilities of this thing. To realize, wow, you can actually do that. They don't actually have an air conditioner in the wall, and yet I went in there on a 100-degree day and toured one of the rooms, and it was nice. And they're not paying an electric bill to cool it. The place was warm, and they don't have heaters. They don't have gas hooked up to the thing. How is that possible? Why do I have to pay my electric company for something they're getting for free? Right? Stuff like that I think is more important than not having neighbors or having 10 acres per person to live on instead of, a half an acre or whatever.
And you're going to need, I think you're always, whatever model you pick, you're always going to need people working outside the community to bring income in. I don't know how you get around that model. You can operate an internet business, I guess, but
yeah, and I think part of that too is it's not just to bring income into the community, but so that there's just the individuals can be sustained. Part of the idea too is like, well, if you don't have this massive overhead of mortgage and monthly bills beating you up every month, what else could you do? I mean, that's a huge relief, wealth-wise, personal income-wise, where you can spend money on vacations or education or whatever your deal, your hobby is. You can put more of your time, money, and effort into that, and you can select projects and jobs with a little less, intrepidation. It's like, yeah, I really hate my job right now, but I'm doing it because I got this mortgage, and the mortgage keeps coming every month, so I got to go to the same job every month.
So
I guess I've seen a lot of artists, musicians, creative people who've completely abandoned brilliant insights into what they were doing, brilliant abilities, because they had to pay rent on a regular basis, and their hobbies and careers and passions don't pay.
So there's this community or college radio station or whatever I listen to when I'm driving in my car, and they have these they're ads, but they're like sponsored by accountants of America or something, right? And it's one of them's like, they got a time machine, or they go into the future, and this lady has this really nice house, and the other guy doesn't have a nice house. And he's like, why do you have this nice house? And I was like, well, because you spent all your money on vacations and stuff, and you didn't save. It's like, I would rather spend my money on vacations and stuff than have a nice house.
Yeah.
It's experiences, not about having things.
Yeah. I totally agree.
So if we can change our ideas of housing. I mean, I bought this place 26 years ago for $130,000. It's worth about $70 right now in the current market. And it's 2 bedrooms, and I don't need 2 bedrooms. It's 900 feet. I use about 300 feet.
Yeah. Yeah, and the other part of aspect to this too is, I picture like if we did have that community that could could over a course of just a few years, bought and paid for the structure they're living in.
Mhm.
So there isn't a big monthly mortgage bill or even a rent bill. Maybe there's some like Science Island homeowners organization fee, whatever basic things so that we can whatever do maintenance on whatever it is. But like you could leave. I mean, this is one of the reasons I don't travel more. I can save up enough money to go travel for a few months, as long as I don't have to keep paying this rent for this house I'm not living in, right? Like, I'd be freed up. I mean, everybody would be freed up to go and like, you know what? There's this job I want to take in New Zealand. I'm going to go work there for 4 months. It's a short-term gig. It's only 4 months. Go work on this project down there, whatever it is. And then I can come back home and, hey, look, my house is there. They didn't repossess it and move new people in while I was gone. Right? Because it didn't have an overhead. It didn't have a big monthly bill that kept coming every month and taking it down. Or taking me down, or tying me to it, or keeping me to it. So
This is why I'm trying to get out of my stupid apartment that I'm in right now.
yeah, and if you just owned it flat out without a huge tax lien or homeowners association fee or rent fee or whatever, you could just take off. You could just go. You'd be like, I'll come back. And, you know, it'd be like one of those things. Anybody could leave and come back to the island as they desired. They could use it as a vacation home. They could use it as a permanent residence. It'd be whatever. There's something I guess I think is just insidious about the way the mortgage industry works. Because partly I live in a very
The whole
affluent
housing industry is insidious, if you ask me.
Well, it's the housing, but it's banking, right? Because this is and it's
Well,
also
take this for example.
Mhm.
So my apartment complex, at least the one I'm currently in, they have a you have to give them 60 days notice before you can move out. But they won't tell you what your rent increase will be until like a week before your lease is up. How am I supposed to make an informed decision on whether or not I want to stay if you refuse to tell me what my rent will be on the next lease?
Mhm.
So I went in apparently like a couple days before my 60-day notice was like last week or the week before or whatever. And I asked them, okay, can you tell me what my rent increase will be? And they're like, sorry, the person who does that isn't here. Come back tomorrow. Came back the next day. Sorry, can't do it right now. We'll call you tomorrow. Never got the phone call, but it's the day that I needed to make the decision or whatever. Because if I don't make the decision, then I have to pay the market rate of my apartment, which is like 2.5 times what I'm paying right now, and prorate it for the amount of time that I lapsed over or whatever. And so basically, I would pay like a month's rent for this place that I was there for 3 extra days or something. And now I'm basically stuck because I don't have the cash on hand to do with this, and it's just a repeating cycle. All of my other apartments I've ever been in, they give it to you like a month in advance of when you have to give your notice so that you can make an informed decision. These people are, I want to report them to Better Business Bureau, and I'm probably going to do it.
What's interesting, Patrick, is that you're re-signing a year lease or something?
Right.
Because every place I can recall renting, I signed up for a year lease. The lease expires, and then I assume I'm just month to month.
Right.
Because at that point, I haven't re-signed anything. I've never been asked to re-sign like a year lease.
Right,
I'm
but
just-
if you go month to month here, you pay market value, which is like 2.5 times more money than I was paying.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah.
Did you have to pay a month's deposit or something up front, which you lose if you leave?
There's a deposit. I don't think it's a month's deposit. I think it's like $300, but that's usually for like damages to the apartment for like if they have to fix it. So
Yeah, my this place was relatively nothing. I've had other ones that were like first, last, and deposit. Like sometimes they hit you up left, right, and center. But the thing that gets me is more like the mortgage industry. So I think the average household price in Davis is like $650,000. If you take a mortgage with like 20% down, which is God knows I can't do math,
$120,000. You had to come up with $100,000 right off the top just for the down payment.
Right? Just to avoid the automatic insurance on not having put down 20%. You end up paying back like $1.2 million. Right? You end up paying back twice the value of the home over 30 years.
I know. I'm trying to convince my parents that they need to put more money down on their mortgage so that they're not paying 3 times what the house is worth.
Yeah.
And they just don't seem to get it. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure. It's like, no, look at your mortgage.
That absolutely saved me. I had a 30-year mortgage, and I doubled the payments to make it a 15-year mortgage. And now I got no mortgage payment.
No, it's like they always have 3 cars.
I'd be Stop and Shop right now.
My parents have always had 3 cars, and they just paid one of them off. And I'm like, okay, take that money and put it towards your mortgage. And I was like, no, but we want to get another car. We want to sell this one and get another car. It's like, no.
Have them call me, Patrick. By the way, you know I sell cars, right? I can.
Yes, I understand. Yeah. They want the 2016 Miata because they belong to a Miata club.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Miata.
But you know, you are absolutely right, Justin. The mortgage industry screwed America twice.
Right.
Was it like 15 years ago when we had the savings bank failure? And it used to be all mortgages came from savings banks, and then that collapsed. And then the last one, exact same thing. It was mortgages, and it was that stupid Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, government lending, and the whole mortgage industry absolutely created the last 2 financial crises.
There was a guy who started. He had a savings loan in Long Beach, California. He basically invented the subprime market. And that's what really took off. We had like Countrywide was buying everything, but they had all these other little feeder banks, MeriQuest. There was like a zillion of these things, Lending Tree, all these things that were feeding Countrywide and some others with these adjustable rate APR mortgages to subprime lending, and then Countrywide bought everything. So the little feeder place that you would go to would give you this loan regardless. And what documents? You don't need documents. You say this and you make this much money, good enough for us, right? They didn't hold any of those notes. They had no risk. They made a big profit and they turned it over to Countrywide. And Countrywide packaged it up, sent it to Chase or Goldman Sachs, and they put it on the stock market. So none of these companies held the risk at the end of it, except a few of the investment companies at the end that had bought in so heavily but hadn't managed to sell it yet. Their big failure wasn't in their minds that they made these horrible investments or created these horrible investment packages for Wall Street, but they didn't sell them off quick enough is what they were really upset with. And they got caught literally holding a bag of debt. And that's why we had to give them all of that money that they had. Oh, bastards. So here's the thing. What if we could do this? I mean, this is the thing I love about the idea is it just seems to me, once the land is somewhat out of the way, that the actual housing is more like a car loan. Mm-hmm. I mean, to outfit even the container Earth ship with multiple containers, you're looking at like the price of an Accord, right? to be able to put this thing together, which is the kind of thing you can pay off in like 5 years, or buy in compartmentalized increments over 5 years.
Justin, if you don't have mortgage, you could probably pay it off in like a year or 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is what I'm saying though. It's like exactly. If I stop paying rent
put all of my money towards the building materials and not to the land or to mortgage, I can pay it off pretty damn quick.
Right? And so there's a self-empowering thing that I just wonder why people don't do. Like, why is this thing that we're talking about at 11:44 in a Google Hangout, and why isn't this thing freaking everywhere where people are like, screw giving $1 million over my lifetime to a bank to live somewhere where I don't even have the perhaps if you've got like the CCRs and the homeowners organization, I don't even have the right to paint my house a color that I want to paint it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I like I want to have a TARDIS as my front door. If there's a CCR, no way it's happening. In fact, I've got to choose between off-white, cream, and gray as my outside exterior paint. And if I choose anything else, I get fined until it's repainted. You know, like, how can people choose to live like this? Like, what kind of surrender is this?
Why can't we be like all these other countries where houses are like pink, purple, blue, yellow, red? Yeah. Okay. I want to go to neighborhoods like that.
So I live in that neighborhood right now.
Yeah.
I mean, not everybody exercises that right, but this is East Davis, which was the old GI Bill tract homes. So all these properties around here were built in like the 50s or something.
And they all look the same.
Yeah, the structures all look the same for the most part. I'm not in one of them, but I've lived in them before, and everybody I knew has lived in one of them at some point. But it's this basic layout of this house that can get reversed, and there's like 2 models. There's the left-handed model, there's the right-handed model.
Right.
That's it. But because this is an old neighborhood before CCRs and neighborhood restrictions, and the developer came in and said all the houses will look like this and be like this, so there's down the street a purple house. There's another house where they tore out, it's just right around the corner here, they've torn out all of the lawn, and they've got just gorgeous victory garden in the whole front of the place. The whole front of the place is fruits and vegetables and wildflowers, right? And if you live in one of these communities with the CCRs, it's like that X-Files episode, right? Where like the light bulb in the mailbox or something, or the little lamppost goes out,
yes,
and then the neighbors get sucked down into the earth. Like, this is what it's like. Like, your lawn has to be perfect.
Oh my God, homeowners! You get the homeowners Nazi who's walking around with a little yardstick on your front lawn to make sure that you gotta. That's
right. And these people are paying the $1.5 million over a lifetime to live there, because we have those communities too. We have some of those communities that were built.
Wasn't one of the serial killers? Wasn't that his job? I forget the guy, the BKS, whatever the heck he was. Wasn't that his job? He was the neighborhood Nazi cop or whatever.
Well, that sounds pretty difficult. I mean, you'll find that a lot. Well, this is like a profiler special I watched, at least it claimed, that most serial killers will try to throw themselves into the investigation. You'll find a lot of them will be not being cops themselves usually, but having tried to put themselves into like Neighborhood Watch or some sort of authoritative group. And so they'll tend to drive cars like a Crown Vic,
So, I see 4 things, and I would consider that the ideal, well, my ideal life anyways. 1 is mortgage-free living, right?
Yes.
2 would be a victory garden. 3 would be a dog, and 4 would be living with a significant other.
No. So I agree with 2 out of your 4.
I'm pretty much with you on the same thing. I'm with you, Justin.
Yeah. I like the Victory Garden. I like the mortgage-free living. I really don't need a dog animal to be in charge of. I will neglect it. I hope part of the whole freedom of the mortgage-free living is the ability to just travel and leave responsibilities behind to a large extent. Bringing a dog is just annoying. Plus, it's like you got to pick up poo, so then you go, it's like, oh, come check out my Victory Garden. Oh, but don't step anywhere. Don't walk through it because there's dogs.
No. If that's the way you feel like having a dog is, you're doing it wrong.
And the same thing goes with living with your spouse. for not literally the same reasons, but figuratively the same reasons.
And I'd prefer that we at least lived in the same town.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That's a huge benefit. Me and my
1,000 miles is a bit much.
Me and my wife figured out a long time ago that we absolutely love each other's company for like the daylight hours, for like most of the time. But like right now, I'm being loud and carrying on conversations without anybody banging on the door telling me to go to hell asleep and shut the fuck up. Right? There's some beauty in having my own space where, like, yeah, she can go to sleep at like 8:30, 9 o'clock. She can wake up at 6 a.m. I can stay up till 2 o'clock at night. And when I don't have once my youngest is a little older, I'll be sleeping into 11 again. Right?
Kids make the whole difference for you, Justin.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Wouldn't have it any other way.
See, I'd rather have a dog than kids.
That's because you don't have kids.
I have nieces and nephews.
Yeah, that's not the same. If you had it, look, here, okay, so, Patrick, actually, you'd probably be a better match for my son.
Everybody should have to adopt. If you want a kid, there's plenty of adopted kids. Nobody should be allowed to have actual natural-born babies.
No.
Well, then no one would be able to adopt.
Yeah, Patrick, you and my son would get along better than me and my son. Who I love, I have a great relationship with. But he's a little wannabe engineer. He would seriously, you guys could, like, he would be sitting right now while we're talking. He'd be working on the octocopter. He'd be making adjustments to it. He'd be making little refinements to it. This is this kid. Like, he goes in. He's been talking about wanting to be an engineer since age 7.
Okay, tell him this. Tell him stop wanting to be an engineer. You are an engineer.
I told him that. You know, he already is.
You don't need a degree to be an engineer.
Yeah. He already goes in and modifies and builds his own stuff. Like, what were we talking about? I think we were talking. Oh, I put together that giant trampoline over the last couple days. For some family, they got this big, huge trampoline that's netted in and everything. It's like this.
Yeah.
It's bungee cord engineering. So it was just this monster task of springs, bungee
that's
cords.
A great way to get rid of kids. Come on, kids, just jump on the trampoline.
Pretty much.
Worry about
That's what they were when I was
falling off it.
Netted in, at least. They're enclosed. They were not going over the side. But
No,
we figured out.
You think they're not going over the side, but wait until they quadruple jump someone, and then they're over the.
Oh, and there was a tree over it, and I had to do some arborist activities. It was a whole involved
No,
effort.
you should have left the branches there, because if they jump high enough, they can grab the branch and then use that as a jungle gym.
But this was the conversation between me and my son.
Guys, wait a second.
I
we
go.
have 6 viewers. 6 viewers. That's a new record.
That's
Almost 3 a.m. in the morning.
we have
we have
having an
6
interesting
people watching
conversation.
us.
Before we were
it's
talking
updated
about
than
thermal
anything
mass.
else that's live.
Now we're talking about actual life.
We're just up later than anything else is on. So I had this conversation with my son. I says, wasn't that a fun build? Because, you know, he was kind of helping me out and everything. And he's like, yeah, except we had that stupid book. I'm like, the instructions? He's like, yeah, that kind of made it less challenging. I'm like, okay, but isn't it nice that we had them? He's like, I don't know. I think it would have been more fun to build it without the instructions, or better yet, if we just had to go to like the hardware store and find the stuff and put it together ourselves our own way. I was like, okay. Granted, that would be pretty cool, but isn't it nice to have built one that somebody else designed and thought about already, and then we could make modifications to it? He's like, yeah, that would be pretty good. It's kind of nice to have seen it done once. You're right. But this is the way his mind works. He can't stand... He can't stand a too easy of a job, something that's too spelled out. He likes to problem solve. That's like his favorite thing.
To be fair, everybody problem solves. They just don't realize it.
You know, our friend Dale, that's what Dale talked about. He could live on an 83 square foot home, but he needs a 5,000 square foot tool shed where he can work on everything.
Well, that was the 14.
That's the great outdoors.
Giant hangar thing.
Yeah, no, everybody's job is problem solving. There are very few jobs that are just completely mindless.
Oh, that is, by the way, Patrick, you just nailed it. That is the best answer to any job interview. For the 6 listeners, in case any of them are looking for work. When somebody asks you to describe yourself, you say, I'm a problem solver. I like solving problems. Regardless of what industry, what job, what description of job that you're asking to be employed in, everybody wants to hire a problem solver, so they don't have to deal with bullshit that you can fix yourself, right? It's sort of that's the whole point of delegating. It's like, here's the thing, go solve the problem. You go do it.
What's also true is, for the majority of jobs out there, you don't need a degree. If you can problem solve, you can start that job from scratch and learn it, and be better than someone who went to school for it.
Yeah.
You know, the number one rule, if you work for a corporation, is find out who the people who can do stuff. And if you have 500 people in the organization, there's probably 10 people who actually can do stuff. And of course, they're the ones who get all the work dumped on them, but that's the first thing you got to find out.
Also, the lazy people are the best at their job.
This is funny, because this is a conversation I've had with my boss.
No, but I had this conversation with my boss as he quit. Like, he recently quit, and as he was leaving, like the day before he was leaving, he texted me and he was like, "Who are you always texting during the meetings or whatever?" I was like, blah blah blah. I was like, "Oh, so you're criticizing not having all these meetings?" Like, yeah. And at one point, I can't remember how this came up. He was basically saying, "I hope you enjoyed me being your boss, because the next person is probably not going to be as have the same outlook." But he was like, everybody's always asking him why he doesn't show up all the time or whatever. He was like, well, mostly it's because being good at your job isn't about showing up on time, like 8 to 5 or whatever, and wearing nice clothes and stuff. It's about leaving an impact. If you're at home until a meeting starts or whatever, but you get all your work done, that's all that you need to do, and you just leave an impact. So, like the lazy people, the people who are relaxed all the time, but when it comes to actually getting the work done, they do it really quickly because they're efficient at their job. They want to be lazy again.
Well, I don't know if it's really laziness. I think it looks like
or enjoy their time and not just be a workaholic.
Well, I mean, here's the way that I got it from. It was like I was accused of not accused, but it was like somebody brought it, like, I don't seem to have very much intensity at work. Like, people come, and I was like, look, I got everything under control. I've been doing this long enough. I'm not freaked out. I haven't seen anything new in like 8 years of selling cars. You know, if you want, I could do a little playhouse. I could come back there when I'm working on a deal and be like, ugh, I don't know what to do. This is so frustrating. These people are complicated. They're saying the thing I don't want them to say. I could do that, but it'd be a lie. I'm going to come in and say I got a car deal. Whether they're committed to it or not committed to it, or I've got the car or I don't got the car, there's going to be a way. I'm not going to come in here and be nervous and angstful about it.
You also got the perfect
I think you're
industry
right. There
because
is
you're on
an
a commission.
I think there's an appearance of laziness or lack of desire on some people who are really good at what they do, just because their job isn't stressful to them.
Right.
Just their job is in stride, you know?
Right. I mean, there's all these people who are stressed out at their jobs. They're just bad at their job.
Yeah, they're in the wrong job.
Right, if they're stressed out at their job and they're working like 80 hours a week, they're really bad at their job, because I just saw a paper or something about how people who were, well, no, I think this was on LinkedIn, and whatever, it was one of their promotional stories, but it was like people who work more than 40 hours a week tend not to get as much done as people who just work 40 hours a week. Once they get past like 60 hours or something, they're actually less productive than if they were just to have the normal work hours. And I totally buy that.
Well, and then too, maybe, I mean, if you're bad at your job, you've got to do your job through attrition. You've got to do it over 60 hours, because you don't have the ability to do it in 40 hours. Because
that's true.
It's not what you're meant to do.
Yeah, so find another job. If you're working that much and you're trying to get ahead, quit and go do something else.
Yeah.
Well, the hardest thing in business, in a corporation, particularly when you're starting out, is to say no. You know, your boss is going to say, can you do 50 widgets an hour? Yes, I can do 50. Okay, well, you have to do 100. Well, I can do 100 widgets. Well, now you got to do 150. They're not going to go down. They're going to keep going up, up, and up, and they're putting more and more. And it takes a lot of courage to simply say, I can't do it. But then you have the confidence that they're not going to fire you. You know, you just say, okay, you know, you want to fire me? Goodbye. And you're the only guy who can do 100 widgets. They're not going to fire you. But that takes a lot of confidence.
And part of my job has this. This is going to get it too much into what I do, but this is there's a part of what I do.
You're a used car salesman. What is there to say?
Well, no, there is a part of what I do that's almost like the reverse of that. As the employee, I'm sometimes doing that to the business. Because there's the thing called under allowance, which is you're working a car deal and you got this trade-in, right? And the desk guy says the trade-in is worth, I don't know, $8,000. So if you can buy it for $6,000, you get paid the under allowance. You get paid commission on that $2,000. So your job, my job, is to work the desk. You know, so I go in there and they're like, okay, the trade's worth about 8. I'm like, 8? Wow, they were talking about 11 for it. No, the highest we could go, the actual value on this, I mean, we couldn't go over 9,500 on this. That would be the tops. I'm like, okay. Then I come back with 6. So now I didn't just make the $2,000 commissionable. Now it's 3.5, right? So there's a little bit of like me going over there and being like, you got to come up with more widgets, right? And then when I get them to commit to the more widgets, now I can go out there and so this is this is part of having done this job long enough too, where only half of my job is selling stuff to the customer. The other half of my job is selling stuff to the sales desk, like the guys who are calling the shots. Because I can actually make more money working them than I can, and just doing a good presentation on a vehicle.
Buying new cars. Why do people buy new cars? It used to be you had to buy, you bought a new car every 3 years or something, because then the trade-in would be pretty high and you could do okay. But the thing is, if my car is 15 years old. If I buy a new car, it's not just the fact that I have to pay money, but now I have to pay property tax. I have to pay higher maintenance on the thing.
What?
I have to pay insurance. Well, property tax not so much, but my insurance rates would go up dramatically.
Yeah.
So besides the cost of the car, I couldn't do the upkeep.
Okay, so main driver that I use, because I live in an affluent town where people aren't worried that much about the money aspect, because they can afford it, is the safety aspect. I play up the safety thing because, and I don't mean I'm playing up smoke and mirrors, but there is significant. I mean, if you go back to 2012, late 2012, November of 2012, National Institute of Highway Safety instituted a new test. They used to run cars into the wall at 35 miles an hour, and they'd hit the wall halfway at that 35 miles an hour. Every car manufactured passes this test. Airbags go off, crumple zones work, dummies make it through. National Institute of Highway Safety, November 2012, releases data from a new test, the offset overlap test, where they hit the thing not straight on, not halfway, but right at the driver's headlight. All of a sudden, most of Honda's inventory got a moderate. No longer the good. We got knocked down to moderate. Toyota Camry got a poor rating. They got pulled from the Consumer Reports top safety pick.
Camry did?
Yeah, but
Wow.
Just to be fair, the entire auto industry got poor. Honda, because Honda had this thing that's actually I was at Toyota when this thing came out, so I'm saying we at Honda, but at the time it was us poor bastards at Toyota. Honda had done something to the front ends because they were looking at the test works great if you hit the wall or another bumper that's the same height, but if the bumpers don't match up, the crumple zone doesn't work effectively. So they had this sort of little front roll cage that was meant to distribute impacts from different height bumpers that they had already implemented. So Honda's getting moderates, which is the best that the industry is getting at that point. So midway through the 2013 models, everybody had to re-engineer the front ends of their cars. By that point, Toyota was getting good, Honda was good across the board. Kia and a few other companies still took them a little bit longer to get up there. They went through another round of tests and failed again and had to re-engineer. So even if you're talking about, what is that, 2-year-old car? 2-year-old car, because it was past this point in 2013 before any real changes were made. Significant difference in the safety of the vehicles. Go back further than that, you're talking about advanced traction control where cars are monitoring the angle you're turning, the speed you're going around a corner, and can tell if you're going too fast for what the physics of the vehicle are capable of, and they'll reduce speed. Previous to that was traction control itself, which is any wheel spinning faster than the rest, the brakes will automatically pulse that tire to regain traction. So you don't hydroplane, you don't skid around the corner, you don't have that thing where you're leaving a stop sign on a rainy day and you spin your tires. Like, all these things have been eliminated from cars. Those things don't exist. Those don't happen anymore in these modern cars. Nowadays, everything has a backup camera and a hands-free phone. So there are real advantages to the new cars. But it does depend on what you buy. So Honda, where I'm at now, has no fleet division. You can't go and rent a Honda at your Enterprise, your Hertz, your your budget rent-a-car. We don't sell to them at any reduced price that you couldn't buy it for. You can for a lot of the other companies. So what that does, though, is because the other companies have 2 sets of books, the industry buys it on the lower set of those books, right? So they buy it at the fleet price. So that's why when you drive off in your brand new Toyota or your brand new Ford, good God, your new Dodge or Chevy, your value of your car drops $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 on that first 1,000 miles you're driving that car. Honda's a little different. Honda, because we don't have that other aspect of the business, they depreciate slower, so it's not that big of a hit. Really. That's why you can lease a Honda for cheaper than you can lease the same priced car at any other manufacturer, because the residual value that in 3 years is better. But that's part of why people invest in new cars. There's new technology that's fun. There's side cameras on these cars now that are showing you blind spots a couple lanes over, incredible better visibility, more connectivity in terms of You know, you can use Siri through the new Hondas. Most of them, they've got an HDMI port, so you can watch a video if you're in park off of your phone. You know, there's some cool stuff. There's reasons that people buy and want new cars.
I can definitely see that because you can do a lot of research. I can read about the latest innovations, but if I walk into the lot and you show me that rear view mirror, I'm not going to say wow, because I'm not going to realize exactly what that means.
Yeah, right, exactly. And so I have this demonstration I do on the side camera, which is because you can tell people anything, but it's just words. And the picture that they have in their head when you tell somebody something could be anything. And I think most people's first impression of having a side camera that's mounted under the side mirror is that it's just replicating the side mirror, only it's on a 7-inch screen. Like, why is that any better? So what I do is I go back. I have them set the side mirror. Then I tell them, okay, I'm going to go back, and when I'm right on the edge, the outside edge of your mirror, put on the turn signal. So I'll go back there. I'll stand on the edge of that mirror. And like, okay, hit the turn signal. And they do. And then, okay, look at the screen. So they look at the screen. They can see me pretty much in the middle of their screen. I'm on the edge of the side mirror over here, but I'm in the middle of their screen now with the camera. And then I'll turn and I'll just walk. I'll just walk off in a direction. And I'll be like waving the whole way, like, look, am I still? Okay, now keep walking. So they can actually see the difference, what they're getting from the thing. So they get to experience the couple lanes over of visibility, the difference, the addition.
Does that eliminate the blind spot when you're driving? Because that's a big thing when I was on the highways, is that blind spot where you're ready to turn and you don't know that there's another car there. Does that eliminate it?
Yeah, so with this, it is on the passenger side. They don't do it on the driver's side because if you're turning right and looking that way, the screen's there, it's still in the field of vision. I guess they don't want anybody to look at the camera screen here and then turn the other way, right?
Okay, so it's a camera screen that you have to look at.
But it's a lot more visibility. Plus, there's a three-way camera in the backup, so you can look backup camera. You can look straight down at the bumper, so you can see the two bumpers moving. And then you hit the thing again, and it's a super wide angle, and you can look basically peripheral vision sideways. So if you're backing out, and there's like a U-Haul on one side and a UPS truck on the other, as you're backing out, you can see cross traffic. So there's some really wow factor cool things that are in the new cars.
Backing up used to be, and I don't back up much at all, and you just backed up until you hear a little bing, where you hit the bumper of the car in back of you, and you know you backed up far enough.
Yeah. But so Davis, as affluent a community as it is also a PhD research community. This is not a community where people, by and large, have any sort of ego extension or are trying to have a, what is it called, status symbol by their car. So, you know, $650,000 home on average. Most, I guess it's probably even higher than that. There's a lot of $1 million homes here. But with the 15 to 20-year-old cars out front. Because nobody here cares what they drive. They're more about their, you know, profession than they are about their ride.
So my car is 97 or something.
97 what?
Toyota Corolla DX.
It's a good car. That's a good car.
It is a good car.
Yeah.
The engine is solid, as far as I can tell. There's lots of parts that are failing on it 'cause it's got 200,000 miles on it.
Yeah.
But everybody keeps telling me, it's like, why do you keep fixing that car? Just get a new car. It's like, dude, if I got a new car, the monthly payment on that would be way more than the parts I'm replacing right now. And I'm replacing them myself, so I'm not paying for labor or anything. I'm not paying that inflated price that the mechanic gives me. Yeah. So I'm like, why would I do that? That's utterly pointless. And by the time I finish replacing everything, I'll have basically a brand new car under the hood.
Well, but it won't be as safe. It won't be as efficient, fuel efficient. It won't be as this, that, and the other.
Bullshit, I got 37 on the highway.
But you don't drive a whole hell of a lot, so I don't think you need to worry about it. Like,
I don't now. I used to. I used to live an hour away from work.
I just went over 200,000 miles on my 2006 Prius. And actually now I live in town, so I'm not really putting. I mean, I'm living and working in the same town, so I'm not putting that many miles on now as I used to.
You know, I just had my tune-up. I have a Toyota Echo, 2001 Echo.
Oh, okay. The Echo, by the way, Ed, if I haven't told you this before, is the most bulletproof, mechanically bulletproof car any automaker has ever made.
Yeah, I heard that the people use, and this is years ago, it used to be the Volkswagen. Anybody could work on a Volkswagen.
Anybody
But I
can
got
work
my little
on
Echo.
it.
But the interesting thing is, they asked me if they wanted to rotate the tires. And I said, well, I bought the tires 3 years ago, and I've only driven about 6,000 miles since then, so no.
Yeah,
I would love to be able to use a bicycle to get everywhere. I would love that. I can't. It's all hills and valleys where I live.
the Echo is basically a bicycle with a small engine. But no, but
But you're right. I've never. I mean, I've had it. It's 14 years old, almost 15.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
I had almost nothing done to it.
Yeah, 13 years ago I was selling those. But the I'm not kidding when I say this. Like, this is, you know, Toyota's typically second in reliability long term to Honda, and part of the reason is because they have a bigger assortment of like SUVs and trucks and stuff and the bigger engine, bigger block and trucks just tend to be less reliable because they get towed, people tow with them, they abuse them, they do all this stuff. But out of all of Toyota, the longest lasting, most reliable car they've ever built is that Echo.
Here it's ridiculous.
Good choice.
So many people have trucks. They don't need a truck. I don't know if it's an ego thing or something. They don't need a truck. I see them out in my parking lot. There's about four of these big trucks with the big tires.
Yeah.
I don't know what they do with it.
So this is what's referred to as small man syndrome. And you gotta understand from the short man complex, it's really stressful to be in the world full of giant people. In fact, it can even lead to heart conditions.
Yeah.
I mean,
hey man, being tall sucks. It sucks.
but Patrick, imagine if you lived in a world full of people who are 7'2", and you were like, what? Like everywhere you went, everything was built for somebody who was 7 foot tall, right? And you're having to reach up for the shower head on tippy toes to tilt it down to get the. I mean, this is the stress that the 5 foot man goes through, which unfortunately leads to heart disease and early death.
And wanting to buy a
sure
big
it's
old
not
truck.
that smoking?
They're the ones that are driving. Yeah, they're the ones with the lifted truck. It's always the short guy who steps out of the giant truck, right?
The only reason I would get a truck if I had a mobile tiny home, and even then, I think I would try and see if I could get away with a Jeep.
The Jeeps can't tow very much. You couldn't tow the tiny home with the Jeep.
What about a Land Rover?
One of the, I don't know what the Land Rover can tow. But one of the things that wouldn't be a bad investment idea for the Science Island is one old badass V8 or diesel truck that we could tow machinery around with.
How about an army truck?
I don't know. I don't know anything about army trucks. I know an old Dodge Diesel or something like that can pull 10,000 pounds would probably be sufficient to do whatever we need to do.
Oh, absolutely. You're right. Because we're going to
So
need that for hauling
I was at TXRX Labs, which is the biggest hackerspace by area in the country. It takes up like half a city block, quite literally half a city block. It rivals small factories. Anyways, I was there with a friend of mine, and we were exploring it, and they had this. I don't remember the name of it, but the guy's a car buff or whatever, or a mechanic buff, whatever. There was this army truck sitting out back, and he was like, "Take a look at this. Look at the wheel, and you know how almost all axles are straight through the wheel. Take a look at the back. The axle does not come out through the middle of the wheel. It's actually above the wheel. It's a geared wheel.
Wow.
It's like this is like the workhorse of the army or whatever.
So
like,
the axle is doing this?
No, it's here's the wheel. Let's see here. Where's my camera? There it is. Here's the wheel. This is where you think the axle is. The axle's actually up here. And so there's a gear on it, and there's a gear in the wheel.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, yeah.
And so there's more clearance than you would normally have for a wheel that size.
Oh, right. Oh, that's pretty brilliant.
But he was saying one of these trucks would be like, 17 grand or something. And it's like diesel or whatever, but it's like the back horse of the army.
That's stupid cheap.
I know. So I'm saying we should get one of those.
All right, I'm in.
I'd have to figure out what the name of the damn thing was, but he was like, "Oh, I really want one of these."
We got a bunch of M-Raps in town.
So my previous and current car.
My car doesn't look too much different from that.
Acura. It's a Honda. Yeah, it's built to last forever.
Both Civics.
Let's see if I can find my car.
I presume it's still true. I'm reading about in the third world, people have trucks and things, and they've learned how to build their own parts, and they maintain these cars, these trucks that they use for hauling goods and things, and the parts they have to make themselves.
Oh, there's my car, right there. That's totally my car. I'd be surprised if that wasn't actually my car. Let's see here. View image.
Well, it's only been in the last week when I look out the window I could actually see my car because we're surrounded by snow mounds.
That's my car, except mine has more rust on it. Because I never ever get it washed, ever. And so it's all dull now, and it's got a lot of speckled rust spots. And I'm keeping my car until it rusts out from under me. That's my motto. And hopefully I'll be able to buy a self-driving automatic or a self-driving electric car by then, or I will have grown enough balls to bike everywhere.
I don't wash my car.
Tomorrow I might bike to work, but
maybe no, you get as much rain as we do in Connecticut, I'm guessing.
We should get.
And I can't remember the last time I brought my car in to be washed, so I'm just relying on Mother Nature.
Yeah.
I don't see any rust, and I've had my car looked at by the dealer, and they haven't talked about any rust. So
I definitely have rust. That's why I'm replacing a lot of parts.
Could that be? Are you near the coast? Could that be salt water or something?
Well, the car is originally from Omaha, and they have salt roads.
Okay. Oh, salt from the highways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean we're close to the coast. I'm probably 30 miles from the coast, I think. I mean, there's Clear Lake, and that's pretty close, and so I guess I'm really only like 3 miles away from a body of water. But the actual like Gulf Coast is probably more like 20 to 30 miles away. Well, yeah, I think it's about 20 to 30 miles away.
I'm only about 25 miles from Long Island Sound, so, but I don't drive much down the beach anymore.
Yeah.
A big thing though, going from that old car to a new car is the insurance cost. Just ridiculous.
My insurance is like $41, I think, which is okay, but could be less.
$41 a month?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I paid it all in full for the year, it'd probably be more like $35 a month.
All right.
but I really should do that. I did that for a while, and then I don't remember why I stopped. Probably because I didn't have enough cash on hand to pay it all off of it.
No. I'm paying $350, but I get a lot. I'm, old man, doesn't drive the car much, so I get breaks on that
For the year, or
for the year.
yeah. I think my sister once, or my brother once had it down to like 16, because I don't think he ever got in a car wreck. But
$16 a month?
I think so.
Wow. The whole thing is liability.
My sister and I have both gotten car wrecks, but I think we're old enough now, and we haven't had one since we were teenagers, so our insurance shouldn't be all that big a deal.
Pretty good, really. $350 a month.
I remember when I was a teenager, I had to pay like $120 a month.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to pay close to that, I'm sure, if I bought a new car.
I need to go through all my bills and start weeding out the stuff I don't care about anymore.
I don't know.
If I could figure out how to move out of this damn apartment, I could save like a couple $100 a month, and then hopefully I could save up and get a tiny something. But I don't know.
I know young friends, and they spend so much money on technology. Now, they like it. It's what they do. But man, if you get a tricked out PC or something, that's an expensive piece of equipment. That's thousands of dollars.
Oh yeah. If you max out like a Mac Pro and have like three 4K screens with like 120 gigs of RAM and a terabyte SSD and best graphics cards, that'll cost you 15 grand.
Oh yeah.
All right. So can we make it on 10 acres?
Yeah.
How many people?
10 acres would work.
Well,
However many. I don't know.
If we're just,
I haven't footstepped it off.
Okay.
Like Ed, we've talked about this before. I don't really think that the living quarters area is going to be like spread out an acre a person.
Okay, yeah, I go along with that. Yeah.
Right, because I think it does have to be somewhat dense, just for the whole, like, if we're gonna have any sort of collective water treatment, gardening off of that water, shared electric, whatever it is, closer it is, the less expensive, the more efficient it'll be. And then you're talking about maybe having really like 8, 9 acres that you can farm and do what have you with.
That's where you need the most land, food resources.
And maybe not even then. I looked into I really like, more I've learned, now that I've gotten to do my home experiment with the hydroponics, I'm much more interested and fascinated with the vertical garden now. Now I see how that could work gangbusters. Where
have you heard of aeroponics?
Yeah, it's the vertical one where it's like, it's a hydroponic thing, but it's built in a vertical 8-foot tube or whatever.
Kind of, except instead of using water that trickles through the system, it mists it.
Right. And having experience, now I've done an experiment where this little herb garden I've got, this hydroponic herb garden thing I've got going in my kitchen, has produced more. My basil plant is a shrub. I mean, I'm like bringing relatives in to make pesto because I can't keep up with this thing. Versus anything I've grown in the ground.
I had a basil plant when it was in the ground. Like I put basil around my garden to keep pests out, and that was like the border. And I had a basil plant that was like 4 feet tall, 4 feet wide, and it was the base of it was like a bush. The base trunk of it was like 2 or 3 inches in diameter.
This thing is in like 2 gallons of water on my little kitchen island, and yeah, it's like a beanstalk. This thing took off, right? So I'm like more encouraged by that, and you know, I don't even know. It depends on where it is, whether or not you actually even need a greenhouse. I guess I like the greenhouse more for being able to grow through the winter than really being necessary in the summertime.
We could do that 1 acre shipping container growing thing with the magenta LED lights.
Mm-hmm.
Although, mind you, magenta doesn't actually exist. But
I don't know why it needs to be magenta. The thing I'm using has LED grow lights.
no, it's you're using certain spectrum of light to save power. If you're not producing the entire spectrum, you're not using as much power.
So just that which necessary.
Like a white LED of like the same physical size and whatnot will require more power than an LED of the same size as like blue or red. And so you take the blue and red together and you get of a certain wavelength and you get magenta. It looks magenta.
So maybe that's what this is, because if I look under the thing, there's a lot of blue and red in this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't need all the rest of the stuff. I mean, unless you're growing purple plants, in which case you got to tweak it a little bit.
Yeah, no, that kind of makes sense, because there is, I mean, because as this shrub has grown higher, the LED light on top of it has a height adjuster, and as I've gotten it up to its max, I now see the lights when they're on, and there's a ton of blue and red in there. So now that kind of makes sense why it's set up that way. But okay, so there is within, I think it's 15 miles of Davis, 10 acres for sale. But of course, the closer you are to town, the higher the price. This one's up to 200 grand, or no, 192,000 for 10 point blah diddy blah acres. Could that be enough? I was on a plot of land that I knew the acreage of, and I knew the borders of, and I knew it was 13 acres. And I remember thinking, this could be enough for Science Island. I mean, we could even get, I mean, this is a place where 200 people worked, and most of it was, this was a car dealership that was on 13 acres, and most of it was just empty lot, and half of it was the actual filled lot for the car dealership up front. Back lot was just always empty, a huge amount of space. I remember thinking, man, this could actually be enough space if you put the housing in one area, you know, on an acre or two, which is, you know, more land than the giant dealership building and shop even took up.
It would come down to how much
enough. Huh?
This community of people, how big of a house do they want? And most of the people we know that would not be a problem.
Yeah.
Because most of the people we know in this group anyway, I don't think any of us want as much as 400 square, unless you got children. If you're bringing children onto the island and you're living with children, that changes the equation.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about investing in 4 shipping containers, because I do need space now, which would all get converted into like the studio space, you know, whatever else later once these kids leave me alone. Right? But yeah, I mean, for the most part, you could do it. I mean, I don't know. I think one container space is like 380 square feet.
320 square feet.
320 square feet. So
for a 40
I definitely need about 3 times that right now. But I won't.
I can get away with 2 of that.
Yeah. I won't need that space forever. And the other thing too is, like, part of what you might need that other space for, Patrick, and what I might want that additional space for, and what Ed could use a little bit of additional space for, we could make communal space. I mean, the communal workshop takes out everybody's need for a garage, just about, right?
Right.
You've got all the tool storage, and you've got some room to work. And again,
The only reason I use my little living room up here is because I was using that as a workshop. And then once we finally got this hackerspace up and going, I don't use any of that stuff anymore.
Yeah.
I don't need that space.
I mean, this is right now. I'm sitting in about 100 square feet ish. That's dedicated to studio space. I've got. It's not even that. It's about that. Maybe it's 100 square feet. That's dedicated to this studio with a backdrop and the desk and the things and the kitchen. There's one part. There's probably 40, 50 square feet that's dedicated to, because it's a big kitchen, the dining area, because nobody sits at a table and eats in my family. Nobody does that. So that space that was a dining-ish area is a convertible. Sometimes it's an art space. Sometimes it's a science project space. I got this stainless steel table that just gets converted to different uses. We pack away the art supplies, they go away, the kids' other projects come out, whatever they're doing. So there's you can convert space back and forth. But if you had a communal project area, yeah, like a lot of the need for that additional space can kind of disappear. I mean, I would picture this as being, like if we were doing this hangout. Oh, this is something else that popped up earlier that I didn't fully address too. One of the things I picture with the intranet is we could be all sitting in our own space doing this on the island, but more likely we would have dedicated a space to where we all get together and do this, right?
I gotta have my own internet space.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
All right.
I would need my own internet connection and my TV.
Oh yeah.
That's
I'm
so
not,
far.
well, I don't really use
300
TV.
square
My
feet
TV
is
isn't
fine.
through the internet. So I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you there. What I'm talking about is like if we don't have the connection to the outside world that's fast, to put it bluntly, we've got slow extranet internet connection, whatever it is. We have the slow internet connection because there's limits. It's like old DSL when you're talking about satellite connection. It's not the modern, like, high. Well, the download is fine. The upload is what sucks.
Yeah.
It's just freaking terrible. Yeah. So I could picture if we were doing a Science Island podcast, a This Week in Science podcast, or whatever, from the island, that it would be pre-recorded.
Okay.
It would be pre-recorded and then downloadable later. You know, we would upload it slowly over time, and then people could watch it, listen to it, whatever it is. And it wouldn't be like this, where it would be live in front of a non-studio audience, depending on where it is. So this location that I'm talking about, that's like the 15-ish miles away. It's in a place called Dunnigan, California. There's 10 acres of what was, I think, once farmland. It can be farmed again. It's got the zoning to have structures put on it, whatever. Something like that would be close enough. You could imagine getting a really decent internet connection.
Okay.
It's rural, but it's not ungodly rural, right? It's not okay. The internet will get to you. High-speed internet will get to you in another 50 years, rural, right? It's close enough to society that, I mean, although I tell you, I've been a few miles out of town and had to rely on satellite too, so it's not a given.
We could just use cell.
Well, yeah, and the other thing is, if we are a little bit rural, we might even be able to get a tower.
Yeah.
We might even get paid for them to put a tower that might give us LTE connection,
Mm-hmm.
So the
This is
future's
what I
catching
gotta
up
have.
with our
See this? This
obstacles.
is my Major League Baseball high definition site. I can watch every game on Major League Baseball all day long.
I don't know why you'd want to, but okay.
I don't either, but mine might be like I do like to watch football, although I always seem to be working when it's on.
The time you spent on technology, I spend watching baseball games.
Well, but that's
All
right.
right, Justin, when you say football, you really mean football, right?
I mean American football.
Yeah.
I don't mean soccer.
No, that's not football. That's
I
soccer.
don't mean soccer. No, so Ed, so even if we our restriction, if we got knocked down to being reliant on satellite, you're absolutely fine. You'll get high definition, downloadable every show you'd want to watch. It's the upload. Again, it's the upload that sucks with the satellite. It means we can't broadcast. You can download. You can watch anything.
You're right. I think it was Pamela was saying in Australia, she was only getting like 1 or 2 as far as her download speed goes, and the picture looked okay.
No, it's her upload speed that matters. See, that's the problem with all these ISPs. All they do is advertise the download speed. They don't tell you what the upload speed is.
Right, I know, and I always have to tell my local Comcast people when they're trying to blah my plan.
Right.
I'm like, okay, start with the highest upload speed and tell me what that one is, because that's the one I want. I don't care what the download speed is. They're all beyond anything I could ever possibly use. Tell me what the one with the upload speed is, because that's what's important.
Right, exactly. I mean, upload speed is important to me, because, these Hangouts and whatnot are one of the things, but the main thing for me is my backup for all of my data is in the cloud, and I have like 3 or 4 terabytes of data in the cloud. If I have to redo it all, it takes months to upload it all, so, yeah.
So there was a tangenty thing I was going on. I think I sub-referenced my way around it.
One of my tangible things, going back when you were talking about building stuff, is, that's what school exams should be. Nobody's stupid test where you fill out a question. You build something. Like those kids in Seattle, they're building a homeless shelter. Okay, you're going to be an architect. You got to build something. And maybe the first year you build it, and then before you graduate, you go back and say, is it falling apart? Build something.
Was it the Netherlands or Poland that's no longer teaching math and history?
No.
That's Finland. That's Jani's Finland.
No longer teaching math?
Well, they're teaching
not
it.
Specific classes about it.
Yeah.
Everything's all inclusive. So they take a course on home building. They learn the math they need to build the home. They take a course on astronomy, then they learn the math to calculate the distances of stars and whatnot.
See, that sounds really dangerous to me.
I fully disagree.
Okay, so there was a study we did. I had nothing to do with the study. There was a study we covered on TWIS where they taught 2 groups of students some math solutions. One group of students, they did it completely in the abstract. One group of students, they did it, I think, on how to calculate the volume of water in a pool as it's being filled, or something along these lines. And then they presented them with a different problem that could be used with the same mathematics they were just using. The ones that had learned it in the abstract were able to apply it, and the ones who learned about the pool filling assumed or had sort of categorized that equation as only applying to pool filling and couldn't apply it easily to the same sort of a problem in the other solution.
I remember you guys covering this story, and it just felt like bullshit to me.
Well, no, but this is the sort of thing with the word problem, which is if you teach people word problems, they learn to solve that word problem with those factors, with that sort of mathematics, which is if you've just sort of taught somebody math theory in general, they're able to more globally apply the abstract mathematics to solving a problem. It makes sense to me. That was the study we reported on anyway. So there is something a little bit troubling if they're teaching specific usage of math to solve specific problems. Does that? I think for some people it may be an advantage, but it seems like in general.
Yeah, but who's to say they're not actually teaching the abstract, but then they teach the abstract and then they reference it to the problem.
If they're doing it that way, and from what
I put a link in the chat area to the story.
From what little I know of the Finnish education system, it is, I've heard it touted as being
best in the
extremely
world,
progressive and highly efficient. So
yes, the best in the world. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and all of my complaints about it in the back of my mind is they must have figured something out that we didn't experiment and play with, so we haven't seen.
It's a very similar method that I did when 3rd and 4th grade, and that they do at a college called, what is it? It's in Oregon or Washington? It's in Washington. The Evergreen State College, I think it is, where they do something very similar. All of their courses at that college are combined courses. So instead of having a chemistry class, a biology class, and an ecology class, it's all in one. You learn everything together, and you have like actual projects you work on and like stuff like that.
Okay, so this is the school that my son just got into, which he's been talking about he's 12. He's been talking about this, getting into the school for 5 years, and it was kind of my fault because I started him off in Montessori.
Yeah, my mom hates those schools. She's totally against them.
Yeah, and not all of my daughter isn't in Montessori. She likes to work on a project by herself and do her thing and turn it in, and she's been doing great at it. And her math skills are awesome because she would, my son would have math problems come home from school, and she didn't have math homework, and so she wanted to do it too. She felt left out. So she's been doing several grades level higher math for years. And so I got her on Khan Academy just to keep her on her math trajectory that she's been doing.
I tried that. I can't listen to that.
And everything she's doing in school is stuff that she was already doing a few years ago. So they've got her in like this super advanced math class as though she's a math genius. No, she's not. It's not that she's a math genius. It's just that she got introduced to these concepts years ago, and so she's doing like remedial stuff at school. So, but my son is, since he's doing Montessori, he's been looking at the junior high school and high school programs, the Da Vinci programs, which is like it's not a charter school at all. It's still public school, but it's a public school program where they work in groups on projects instead of having just a whole bunch of separate classes with the Common Core. They work in groups with the same material, but just taken on a different direction and work on big math projects together. They work on a big history project together, work on a big thing, and they do it. It's all groupthink and assignment. So he just got in. He's totally stoked, but he's been geared for this for years. Like this isn't me pushing. This isn't his mother pushing. Like he found out that he could continue Montessori because we kept telling him it was going to end. You're going to have to go into the structured thing, but they the public schools kept incorporating new Montessori classes. Like he's on the crest of this wave, I guess, of Montessori in this town. So he's gonna be doing project-based learning as opposed to what all I went through.
My
So when I was
understanding
in-
is Go ahead, Patrick.
So when I was in third grade, my classes were combined with a second grade class. It was second and third grade in one class.
Mm-hmm.
And then so the idea was you would have 2 years of the exact same pupils, and they'd like alternate the actual curriculum or whatever. And then when I was in fourth grade, it was the same thing, but then they stopped the experiment, and in fifth grade it was a regular class. But my fifth grade was actually like a fourth grade class because I learned the fifth grade stuff out of order. So they had to keep all the same people together, but they were still single classes at that point.
So I kind of went through that too, but I actually did what would it have been? I guess kindergarten through third grade in Montessori, and then I got thrust into the public schools. And the weird thing about the Montessori was, you kind of, it was all first and third graders. There was a big age range within the class, but your assignments are interest and ability oriented. So if you're interested in doing math, they let you work on more math projects that week, that month, that however long you maintain that interest. And so you progress along there, and then they'll kind of guide you into, okay, we got to work on some of your language skills. So you work on that, but you're working on most of these, and actually, as I recall, it wasn't really group projects. As I recall, it was more independent work. It was much more, I'm interested in, I want to work on this kind of a thing. I want to work with those projects. Anyway, as I recall, when I got out of this and then went back into the regular public school, I was a couple years ahead of my other students, to where I basically was the lazy employee. I could just show up, do very little, and in fact, I got in the habit. This is a really bad habit. And then I started getting in trouble because I never did homework.
Right.
I would ignore all my homework, and then I would test, and I would ace the tests.
Yeah.
But because I hadn't shown my work throughout the year, I would get nailed for not having turned in my dittos. Oh, the fucking dittos. I fucking hated dittos. These like Xerox copied off. They put this thing in a machine that spit out homework. It's not like they hand wrote it. I have to write my response, but they just Xeroxed me. So I'm like, screw you. I'll see you on the test. And that's what I did. It seemed like for the rest of my academic schooling, I was just acing tests and ignoring the showing of the work and the little details in between.
See, I didn't do my homework or do well in my classes up through the end of middle school because I knew none of it mattered until I got to high school.
That's a little bit too much forward thinking. I didn't have that. I
used to do my homework.
And my parents were teachers. My parents were teachers, and they're all like, "No, you gotta do your homework. You gotta do good in these classes or whatever." And then as soon as I got to high school, they were like, "Yeah, that really didn't count for shit."
It didn't matter. I remember
with traditional education, you're teaching towards the middle.
Yeah.
That's what you're teaching towards the middle, and so you're going to have a lot of people like us who just
ahead or behind.
The rest of the class is on paragraph 1, and we're on page 7, and I'm doing my homework while the teacher's, rambling on about something.
So this was kind of an interesting thing looking back too, is that my education started in Sacramento in public schools that were economically extremely diverse and probably piss poor schools, because I was coming out of the Montessori, I was a straight A student, and again, not having done my homework, but I was articulate, could read, write, do arithmetic, and could put punctuation. Even then, no exclamation points. Well enough to get good grades, to ace everything. And then I moved my family moved to Davis, 5th or 6th grade. And man, I tell you what, all of a sudden, I went from having felt like I was a year or two ahead of the kids to feeling like a year or two behind. And a big part of it is there's a lot of, if not teachers, at least researchers. You know, there's a high per capita PhDs in this town. So educated parents with a big emphasis on education. That middle that you're talking about, Ed. I went from the downward bell curve of the high end to the downward curve of the low end, like that. And it actually was, I still tested well. Actually, I mean, it wasn't the actual information content I failed on, to be honest. But there was, like, in the previous school, in the previous couple of years, nobody had cared if you didn't do your homework because nobody did their homework. Because every other kid, just like you, went home, played, the parents didn't make them do their homework, they didn't even ask, so everybody came to school without their homework. Just kind of normal. Nobody actually did the dittos. The ditto was just the teacher's way of feeling like they'd done their job. I Xerox this off, you take it home, whether you come back with it or not. I did what my minimum requirement was for my job done. But they actually dinged you for it when I got to Davis. They hit you for your grade. So I would end the year, and I would ace the test, and then I'd have a C as my final grade because I didn't do any homework through the year. And I just felt the injustice of society falling down upon me then. That's right then when they turned me into an antisocial, anti-system. No. That's right then that's when Justin turned against society.
But except for math, didn't you find that you could get ways of BSing a test? I mean, you get multiple choice, and then you could find the answer practically in the question, except for math.
Okay, Ed, they actually taught us how to take tests.
Yeah, read the end first.
Yeah, that too. Because the end will say, do not write on this piece of paper, turn the piece of paper over, put your pencil down, and wait for everybody else to realize. No, but you're supposed to read the entire... Yeah, I never actually did this, but you're supposed to read the entire test first to find out if there was answers to the first questions at the end of the test.
Yeah. The one I really recall. The one I really recall was a verbal manipulation that started as a joke, or started as okay. So this was like fourth or fifth. No, it was fifth grade vocab. We had the 10 questions, and every Friday we have a spelling test on the 10 vocab questions. And the teacher's going through them, and one of the questions was mow. The word is mow, and I went mow, and she goes mow, and I went mow, and she goes mow, and I'm like mow, and she goes yeah mow, M-O-W mow. I'm like, oh, thank you, and it started like maybe I hadn't actually heard her the first time, and I was just like, because I hadn't ever looked at the vocab list. Didn't bother looking at the list.
Excellent.
So when she said Mo, I might have actually like been like, what'd she just say? And so then, but then it turned into like this, like, just goofing off of how she was saying it. And then when she spelled it out, that was my punchline. Like, thank you, and then.
That's quite excellent.
Oh, Mrs. Russell, I miss her. She totally cared for me and hated me having me as a student, because I stressed her out. I really did.
I had my most memorable teacher is actually I remember almost all of them, but was Mrs. Boham. She was my 4th grade and 5th grade teacher, and after that. She lived like a block away from the high school I went to, and would always like honk at us if she saw me like in the field or something. And like, hey, that's my 5th grade teacher.
So something else that just occurred to me is Mrs. Russell, the 5th grade teacher with the Mo incident. would bring in articles from the Davis Enterprise that we would use as part of our English language study something or another. And the article she would use was from prominent local newspaper columnist Bob Dunning, who's my father-in-law now, which is really weird. Now I have to wonder if this whole my entire involvement with my wife and the two kids we have together is based on some sort of hypnotic programming from my 5th grade teacher. All right, Patrick, I assume it's probably about the same time where you are as where it is I am.
Nope.
No?
I'm Central Time.
Ooh, that sucks. And I know Ed, you better
4 o'clock.
sleep to 11 tomorrow.
We're just hitting 3:59. It'll be 4 o'clock soon.
It's
So
3
you're at
o'clock
4
here.
a.m.
It's 2:59 here.
You're 2:59?
Yeah.
Now,
Wait, Houston?
I don't have to go to work.
Yeah.
Patrick, are you going to work today?
Yeah, I'm going to work today, but mind you, I prepare for these hangouts. I take a nap right after I eat, so I have 2 hours under my belt already.
Good Lord, I did TWIS till whatever hour last night.
It's
was
almost
up first
11
thing in the
o'clock
morning
in
with
the
a child.
afternoon where Jani
Child
is.
is going to show up in about 6.5 hours. All right, good night, everybody.
Okay.
I got to go.
Alright.
See you guys next week.
See ya.
First I have to stop.